take your seat. Welcome to the Skillman International Forum 2022. We are declaring now the official opening of the forum. We survived to the various flight cancellations. Finally, we are all here. Someone is also arriving with the deviations of new flights. So now is the moment to start our drive. We have 1.5 days together, and I'm very excited about this. Thanks to the regional government of Sardinia, Autonomous Sardinia region, and of course the Centro di programmazione regionale that is here represented by Dr. Massimo Temussi. So Massimo, this is your part to welcome our guest, and I'm very thankful that you are taking care of us, and your team had to make and to deal with many things, but I think the location and the organization is outstanding, and so I think we will have a beautiful and great experience. So Massimo, please.
Thank you, Giovanni. So I'm very excited too, because it's very good for us to make Skillman in Sardinia. I hope only the first time, maybe. But it's important because Sardinia region is working very hard in scaling in the last 5 years, so it's important for us. And sorry, but I need to talk Italian now because I have a lot of people connected. So
there is a translation.
Okay.
In the room, Italian people are following in Italian.
Yes.
You can decide which language you want to use.
Thank you. Quindi, insomma, grazie Giovanni, grazie a tutti. Ci sono molte persone connesse, quindi ho necessità di parlare in italiano. È un'occasione importante perché la Regione Sardegna in realtà ha tanti progetti in varie parti del mondo che stanno parlando di skilling. Quindi in realtà è un tema, continua a essere un tema molto attuale. Purtroppo dalle statistiche Eurostat l'Italia non è messa molto bene sulla skill activation.
Massimo, sorry, I did a mistake. I have to interrupt you because the translation is in Italian, so you have to speak in English.
Perfect. So
sorry,
it's better than so I talking about Eurostat in the last December. Give us the statistics about Italy, and in skill activation, Italy is the last in Europe. So it's not a good time for us because we are working on the skilling, but for example, for STEM degrees, so science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, we need 60% of enterprises needs for the skills, and our university is creating only 6% for year. So it's not good. We need to make a different overview, and so we are working this moment with different countries, so Singapore, South Korea. We have a big project in San Francisco, 21 million euro. It's the first project in the Silicon Valley totally financed by European Commission. So it's a benchmark in Europe, but it's not enough because we need to change our vision. It's not only degrees, so it's not university. We need to prepare different upskilling and reskilling. So for unemployed people, for example, in digital skill. The first pillar is digital skill because it's the problem in this moment. So last week I was in Tampere, Finland, with the 21 best ecosystem in innovation in the world. Very, very incredible meeting, very exciting for me. But at the end of the 3 days, the big problem was skilling. Skilling in government, skilling in enterprises. So in the last 4 years, we have it's increasing the mismatch in Europe and in all over the world. In 2018, we have 250,000 vacancies not covered by curriculum, by CV. In this moment, we have over 1 million of opportunities not covered by CV. So it's an opportunity for young people, and we have young people today, but also it's an opportunity, a need for government, so for establishment that need to understand how we have this big problem and how we can change our vision in public sector and also in private sector. So is this. And today we can make this because Skillman is an opportunity for us, but for the region to understand with super skilled professionals that we have today in Skillman, to understand how region and a region, also a government can change this vision, can change this opportunity. So thank you, Giovanni. I give you the councillor is not here, but maybe arrive later. We have a big meeting with the president of the region, so maybe arrive late.
Yeah. Thanks so much. A big applause to the Centro of Regional Planning of Autonomous Region of Sardinia that is hosting us, and the municipality and the regional government. Thank you very much. I'm calling now to the table here Dr. Cloud Bai-Yun, which is invited because she will be part of the next and the first panel. And I suppose that online we have already connected. Thank you, Claude. Yes. I think we have connected online Dr. Andreas Schleicher. Can we connect with external speakers, please? And then we have now the session that involves also Dr. Manuel Galvin from ETF, Dr. Cloud Bai-Yun, that became chief executive at UK in ENIC in 1997, and in 2001 she developed the UK national reference point for vocational qualifications. And since 2005 she led the National Europass Centre, and from 2008 the UK National Contact Point on Professional Qualifications of the European Credit System for Vocational Education and Training, ECVET for England. So now we have a panel that is composed by Dr. Cloud Bai-Yun here with us, and okay, I finished this and then we will send. And then we have online, we expect to have Arianna Sala, and then before to start the speeches, probably we have a video from the regional government. Please send the video and then we will connect with the speakers. Thank you. Thank you very much. We cannot comment such beautiness in this island, and the politeness of people that are hosting us is recognized, universally recognized, I would say. Professor Schleicher, good morning. I see you now on the screen. That's fantastic connection. Good morning, Andreas.
Good morning.
Good. So, just before your speech, I would like to introduce you. Dr. Schleicher is the Director for Education and Skills and Special Advisor on Education Policy to the Secretary General at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, in Paris. He initiated and oversees the Program for International Student Assessment, PISA, so that is very famous research. So I met Professor Schleicher first time, a long time ago, in the first occasion that I also met our advisor for Asia Pacific, Professor Rupert McLean. We were together in Yalova in Turkey, and I remember that he was he surprised me using Prezi with such dynamic presentations. But now is another chapter. And Professor Schleicher will help us to answer to this question that was in the video. What for tomorrow? What we have to expect, and what is the role of the interaction and the dynamic that is created by the skills and the work conditions. And of course, we have this idea to understand what we have to focus to design the future for education. So we see also connected Arianna Sala. Arianna, thank you very much to be here with us from JRC. Dr. Sala is a researcher at Joint Research Center of European Commission. I personally consider Arianna like the mother of the European framework for the personal, social, and learning to learn key competencies, the Life Comp package. So she owns a postdoctoral research degree in psychology of education at the University of Seville, and has published numerous books, and so relevant books and articles in this field. So we are very honored of your participation. We expect also Manuel Galvin. I don't see yet him, but no problem. So Andrea, please take your time. This is take the floor, and this is your turn to open this window on the future. Thank you. Please.
Thank you so much. It's what a pleasure to join you here today. And thank you for the work that you do everywhere to bring the world of skills closer to the future. Let me just share a few slides with you. Obviously, at this moment, our eyes are still very much focused on the pandemic that has just shown us how vulnerable skill development is, and our education systems, how poorly prepared they are for a time of disruption.
Andreas, we don't see the slides at the moment. We see black screen.
I'm sharing.
Try again. Oh, yes.
It's coming. Okay, very good. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, as I said, at the moment, our eyes are still very much focused on the pandemic, but the future is always going to surprise us. Climate change is going to disrupt our lives a lot more than this pandemic, and artificial intelligence is going to put into question a lot of what we do in education. We know how to educate second-class robots, people who are good at repeating what we had told them. But what is going to make us human in a world in which the kind of things that are easy to teach have also become easy to digitize, to automate? And then there are so many other forces that fundamentally reshape both the supply and the demand for skills around the world. If you look at companies, digital platforms fundamentally change the landscape. You no longer know what is a big and a large company. As very small number of employees can change the world. The most successful companies these days are not created by a large industry. They are created by a big idea, and they often have the product before they find the money. People are ready to invest in big ideas. You no longer know who is the customer and who is the business. You know, we have peer-to-peer markets blurring those lines, and even governments are starting to work on platforms. You know, the digital world is arriving. Schools are slowly waking up themselves also to this digital world. If you look at, you know, digital intensity in workplaces, it's just incredible. It's no longer, you know, a few jobs that are digital. Actually, you can see here over half of the jobs are digitally intensive today. And that share is increasing every day. We're not talking about, you know, robots, you know, creating or deleting jobs, but actually technology changing every job. Every piece of work is becoming sort of different in this. And then, you know, the green transition, add the green transition to this. Some sectors in our labor markets will rise in importance. You can see that here on the left side, and others will actually diminish in importance when it comes to sort of employment. You can also see that impact on, you know, output and net of tax wage rate. So a changing world. We need to get ready for this. Great places of work today are great places of learning. And good places of learning have become very good in anticipating the evolution of skill demand, of labor demand. That is so important, that we have those eyes and ears to see how the world is changing and that we can readily adapt to this. Moving from very segmented structured qualifications towards micro-credentials. Not looking so much at where you learned and how you studied and how long, or what you can know, or what you can do. Once again, if you look at the evolution, you know, routine tasks are diminishing in importance. If you have a job that you can explain in the form of a formula to someone else, then, you know, a robot is going to do that tomorrow better, cheaper, faster. Technology intensive tasks are on the rise, and you put the two things together, you know, that's the future of work. Once again, you know, whether technology is going to create more jobs and it destroys, or destroys more jobs and it creates, we do not know the answer to that question yet. But what we know is that it's going to change every job. And there's a very important positive side to this. What you can see very, very clearly is that working in a digitally intensive industry means that you're going to use your skills a lot better. You can see here, you know, digitally intensive workplaces are much better in extracting value from the skills that people have. And this is not just about technology skills. Almost any skill category that we can measure reaps higher rewards in a digitally intensive kind of environment. Very important. Working in a kind of non-routine, digitally intensive job, you are more likely to learn from your co-workers. You're more likely to learn by doing. You're more likely to keep yourself up to date. The digital society is the lifelong learning society. We used to do the work, and suddenly learning has become the work. Now, that is the important transition that we see in the future. And that means we need to prepare very strong foundations for lifelong learning, for the development of people. You make a wrong turn in your life, you choose the job that doesn't match your skill profile, actually it has increasing consequences. Having, you know, qualifications that are not relevant in your current workplace is a negative, you know, drawback. Being overskilled, studying a field that is not exactly matched. This is the world in which we live, in which labor markets become very sensitive to the specific skill profile that you have. Never before have those with the right skills had the life chances they have today, but never had those who struggle with this transition to that dynamic, skill-intensive work paid such a great price for that. Keep that in mind. And one of the things that we see is that, for example, vocational education, that for many people is still considered a last resort, not the first choice, actually has great and increasingly improving labor market outcomes. You can see basically in most countries, whether you get a university degree or a vocational degree, makes very little difference in terms of employment prospects. It was very different 2 decades ago. Today, that practical development of skills, the integration of the world of work and the world of learning has huge benefits. If you actually go out and apply for a job, the first thing that you ask is not so much your qualification, but your experience. Can you live with yourself? Can you work with other people? Those are questions that have become incredibly relevant. What we used to call soft skills have become the hard skills in the 21st century. Very, very important. And we also know the secret of what makes vocational education so effective. We studied that quite extensively at the OECD. You know, why is it that vocational education leads to such smooth labor market transition? And the answer is, it is the work experience. That's why high quality vocational education is very hard to provide in educational institutions. You can deliver part of that, you know, the theoretical, you know, foundations, they're also very important. But really what is the kind of essence of good vocational training is really the work experience. And it doesn't really matter whether it's an apprenticeship or, you know, traineeship, or even just work outside the curriculum. All of those, you know, experiences have the same beneficial effects. You can see employment rates for those without work experience are significantly worse. So how you integrate that, how you build your kind of workplace learning is not so decisive on success, but that you do is very important. So then we can ask ourselves, you know, if this is if these are the outcomes, why don't we see more of that? Why do people often not opt for vocational programs? Some may say, well, you know, that's about the social prestige. Yeah, but the social prestige, is it cause or is it effect? And I think we need to look closer at this. What we do see currently is that we still have, you know, very rigid qualifications that are segmenting labor markets, very strongly regulated professions, entry requirements. You need a university degree, whether it's relevant to your work or not. And that's still something that, you know, dominates. Moving towards, you know, more dynamic micro-credentialing is still a long way to go. And finding ways that these become truly stackable, that we give young people and older people greater ownership over what they learn and how they learn and when in their lives they learn and where they choose to learn. That is still very much in the future. We have often also very narrow university entrance exams. When you complete your school, it's a very narrow gateway, and that often, you know, undermines the kind of knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values that are so important in the 21st century. So we need to work on that as well, ensuring that, you know, the gateway from school to the world of work and to higher education and to vocational education becomes more nuanced, more relevant. The biggest risk to our formal education is not its inefficiency, it is its increasing loss of relevance. We have lumpy degrees that discourage the integration of the world of work with the world of learning. We divide people into, you know, vocational and academic studies, and that is a thing of the past. And then, you know, we need to recognize that education is a very monopolistic business. Universities are very powerful because they bundle three things. They own the content, they manage the delivery, and they own the accreditation. They can decide whether you are a successful completer or not. Well, technology is going to undo this, but we're on a very slow path here. We need to accelerate those kinds of developments. I do not deny the relevance of university qualifications and academic qualifications, but we're going to see a shift in who decides, from the providers to the users of education services. Businesses are becoming much better now to recognize the skills of people directly without relying so much on formal credentials, and that's really important. We see a rise in employer-driven and skills-based certification and an emerging coalition of employers and students. You know, they get together to confront the monopolies. I think these are very, very important developments. But what can we do early on? You know, the most important career decisions in your life, you don't make when you graduate from school. You make the most important career decisions when you actually start school, or even earlier. That's when you decide, am I going to take learning serious? Where am I going to put the emphasis of my studies? And giving young people more opportunities to explore the future has a huge long-term benefit. When you study longitudinal evidence, you can see actually workplace visits or job shadowing, interviews and skill development, occupationally focused short programs, bringing people from the real world into the world of learning in school and primary school is hugely impactful. That's easy to do, very, very important. Experiencing the future, giving children a kind of glimpse into how the world of work really operates. And part-time working, volunteering, lots of opportunities for this. It's more difficult to provide, but also very important. And then simply, thinking about your future. The most striking thing is when we surveyed 15-year-olds, that many of them have no clear idea of, what their own aspirations are. And, helping young people to think more about their future, to develop an ambition. Where do you want to end up? Where you want to go? Also align your careers. Education needs to become much better to help young people figure out, where are my talents? Where can I become really, really good at if I study hard? And what is going to serve their social economic purpose? Those are questions I want to leave you with. And we can use those kinds of experience, particularly where learners come from disadvantaged backgrounds, to build that cultural capital, that social capital, that human capital that is going to be that important. Let me leave you just with a couple of thoughts, on this lifelong, life-wide learning perspective. If you look at the past, you went to school, to university, then you worked, and then you retired. Very simple. Well, today, early childhood education is becoming more important because that's where we lay some of the foundations for subsequent learning. Curiosity, creativity, empathy, social skills. They are developed very early in your life. Later on, the brain sensitivity closes. And then tertiary education needs to become a lot more transversal, opening many doors, not just one. And then, updating and reskilling and upskilling needs to become, very well integrated into the world of work. Easy to say, hard to do. How do we finance this? How do we share the costs between the people, the governments, the employers? And the biggest barrier actually is not of, just money. When we surveyed adults, why didn't you go to study? Why didn't you continue to learn? The most common answer is not, I have no time or no money. The most common answer is, I don't need that. It's not relevant to my current job. The lack of awareness of the importance of learning. Where do we set better incentives? How do we set better standards? How do we actually better recognize that incremental additional learning? What do we do with people outside firms? Yeah, well, for the unemployed, you can say, well, the government should pick up the bill. That's perhaps the most obvious part. But what about the people who are at the margins of employment today? Maybe in the jobs where automation is going to kick in most robustly. How do we actually reach them? Is this a job of companies? Is it a job of governments? What do we do with people who want to change their jobs? How do we actually, again, give them the right aspirations, the right tools to recognize where they are good at, what they need to do to develop further skills? What do we do with the gig economy where people don't have a fixed employer? Those are really big questions where we are not yet near enough to answer the questions. And last but not least, new forms of work always mean, it's more hard to tax them. It's more hard to monetize some of this for governments. Decentralized information means often, it's harder to manage things. It's harder to take control of this. We see that weakening link between formal education and jobs. And that means, the power of those educational institutions and the providers in government actually is losing out. I don't want to sort of make this too complicated. There are actually very good solutions. You can see some countries where a culture of lifelong, life-wide learning is emerging, where micro-credentials are becoming real, where people are getting greater ownership over what they learn and how they learn and when they learn and where they learn. But if we want to do justice to the rapidly rising demand in skills, we need to dramatically accelerate those kinds of developments. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Professor Schleicher, thank you very much for your visionary contribution. and concrete data that you always bring to our attention. Of course, we have many topics that are touched by your speech, and we will try during the conference with not only the plenary sessions, but with several parallel activities and workshops. We will try to go deep into each one and to make our final declaration coherent with our thought and our reflections. So we have now connected online also other speakers. I would like to ask to Dr. Arianna Sala, and thank you again, Andreas, for your contribution. So I would like to ask to Arianna Sala to talk us about the life competence framework. Please, Arianna. I know Arianna has studied at the University of Florence. I noted this last week. I was very happy because I also come from Florence University. And we have here Tiziana Chiappelli that will represent the University of Florence for a next speech. Arianna, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me too?
Perfect. So please, the floor is yours for 15 minutes.
Okay, can you see my slide also?
We don't see yet, but probably they are arriving now on the screen. Please, Arianna.
Okay, thank you very much, Giovanni, and thank you all the organization of Skillman International Forum for inviting me. It's an honor to speak after Dr. Schleicher. I'm Arianna Sala. I'm a researcher at the Joint Research Center, which is the European Commission's scientific service. In my presentation, I will try to argue why promoting life skills matter to transform education. So the transformation and innovation of the education system has been a priority for many years, but why so? No? Because school and more broadly universal education and training system, as we know them today, are the result of the Industrial Revolution. The education and training system have been designed to prepare the labor force to fit for the industrial age and to contribute to the growth of their nation as fast as possible. No? The students were considered as passive receptor of the knowledge transmitted by the teacher and were expected also to faithfully reproduce that knowledge. If we look at the results of OECD tallies 2018 that collected the view of teachers in more than 40 countries, we can see the traces of this kind of way of understanding education. We can see, for example, that only 34% of secondary teachers at U level present tasks to their students for which there is no obvious solution. We are talking about teaching activity that stimulates high-order competencies like critical thinking, problem solving, decision making. Thus, we can say also that still teacher-centered practice in which students as mainly a passive stance are still majority at European level. But in the last 150 years, however, the world has changed at a pace faster than ever, no? And the pursuit of growth at all costs led us not only in a new era, the digital era, but also in a new digital age, but also in a new era, the Anthropocene, where the human activity is the recognized root cause of phenomena such as climate change, ocean acidification, biodiversity loss, which are threatening the survival on our planet. So, if 150 years ago the economy needed workers that could work 14 hours in a factory line, respecting their shift quietly without any stake in any aspect of the production system. Now we need the creative thinker, problem solver, change maker that are able to face the wicked problem that we are facing. As you know, a wicked problem is a problem that is multi-causal, multiple stakeholders have different and conflicting agenda on this. A wicked problem can never completely be solved, and we really need a change in our paradigm to educate people that will be able to face this kind of wicked and complicated problem. So how can this change happen? How can education and training system respond to today's individual, societal, and planetary needs? We consider that they must transcend the disciplinary approach and put much more emphasis on competencies that can empower citizens to lead the transition toward a fairer and more sustainable way of living for all. So competence-oriented education promotes acquiring a combination of knowledge, skill, and attitude that can be personalized to create individualized learning paths, which can contribute also to self-fulfillment and self-satisfaction through education. It also focuses on the learning outcome, as Dr. Schleicher was talking about some minutes ago, and so shifting the spotlight from what is taught to what is learned, and also has the potential to break silos, fostering interdisciplinary education and promoting a smoother transition from school to work. The Council of the European Union in 2018, which gave all the Ministry of Education of the European member states, adopted a recommendation in which describes 8 key competencies for lifelong learning that each of us should have for personal fulfillment, health, employment, social inclusion, and contributing this way to strengthen Europe's resilience in a time of rapid and profound change. So competencies are the combination of skill, knowledge, and attitude that underpin any real transition toward a new digital world and sustainable socio-economic system while fostering personal growth and a more inclusive society. So here you have the 8 key competencies, and GRC, specifically at the unit Human Capital and Employment, as GRC, have created a framework that is a common language to describe, to speak about this kind of competencies. We developed a competence framework for individuals, and here you have the DigiComp for the digital competence, the EntreComp for the entrepreneurial competence, the GreenComp for the education for sustainability, and the LifeComp for the personal, social, and learning to learn key competencies that describe soft competencies. And then I will explain a bit more in a few minutes. We also have developed a framework specifically for professionals. And here you have the DigiComp.edu for the digital competencies of teacher, and DigiComp.org for the digital competence of organization. Tools have been developed from this framework. Selfie for Teacher is a tool that helps teacher to reflect upon the digital skills and also, let's say, propose some learning paths to upskill and reskill. While Selfie is a tool that already has more than 4 million users, is a tool that collects the views of students, teachers, and school leaders on the use of digital technology to make the most of education. So the tool allows school to create a report on their current level of digitalization, and then allows school to repeat this measurement to see if any evolution has been after, let's say, implementing some program. So as you can see, we have done extensive work to foster this competence-based education in Europe, following the subsidiarity principle that in any case put the most let's say the competencies on education relies with the member states and not with the European Commission. Let me speak very quickly about the LifeComp, the European Framework for the Personal, Social, and Learning to Learn Key Competence. It is organized around 3 areas: the personal, learning to be, the social, learning to be together, and learning to learn. In each area, we have 3 competencies, and each competence is then described by 3 descriptors. We span from self-regulation, the awareness and management of emotion, thoughts, and behavior, to well-being, the pursuit of life satisfaction, care of physical, mental, and social health, and also the adoption of a sustainable lifestyle. In the personal area, to empathy, the understanding of other person's emotion, experience, and value, and provision of appropriate responses, communication, and collaboration in the social area. And in the learning to learn area, we span from growth mindset, the belief in one's and other capacity of progressing and learn with effort, critical thinking, the capacity of assessing information and argument to support reason and conclusion, that we know it's so key for our democracy nowadays, and also managing learning, what is called the metacognitive competence, the ability of thinking about myself as a lifelong learner, and also to set my objective and to check my path toward achieving those objectives. As you can see, we are talking about social emotional skills or non-cognitive skills, so soft skills. We emphasize a lot that those are not personality traits, but competencies that can be learned lifelong and life-wide. Sometimes we refer, for example, to communication. Everyone communicate, is not possible not to communicate, but then in any point of life, any one of us can learn how to communicate in a non-violent, assertive way. So in this sense, we consider all those competencies absolutely learnable and teachable lifelong and life-wide. If we think about the last 2 years, we can see how important those competencies have been for each of us. Each of us had to adapt to a new way of working or learning from one day to another. We have the importance of being able to taking care of our mental and physical well-being has been absolutely key. So we know that living with the uncertainty, with the ambiguity and the volatility of the 21st century has a personal cost that we can see in the increase of emotional distress experienced during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. And also we know that this personal cost can have a social cost, as we can see in the increase in occupational disease, to stress, anxiety, and depression. No? So research shows that this personal cost can be minimized by promoting people's social emotional skills. We cannot forget that a resilient society and community relies on a resilient individual. So we consider that there is a big need to improve national and regional educational policy to promote the acquisition of and the strengthening of the life skills, since technical and cognitive skills are not enough to succeed in education and also to thrive in the 21st century. So why it is important to foster transversal competencies through education? the research shows us that when are systematically promoted, the promotion of this transversal competence cause an improvement in academic success and a decrease of early school leaving, an improvement also in student well-being and health, an improvement in student behavior, and also a decrease in interpersonal violence and bullying. Education can be lived as a self-fulfillment, as a self-satisfaction, and also there is an improvement in students' employability, a better job satisfaction, and better salaries. Moreover, we know that students that are nowadays in school will work with the tools that still are not exist. So having a growth mindset, being able to critically think and be able to manage one own learning lifelong and life-wide are key to thrive in a rapidly changed world. So in 2020, we published LifeComp, and in 2022, we published LifeComp into Action. The main question that, let's say, justify the publication of this second report is how to help teachers bridging the gap between the theory and their pedagogical practice. Because one of the main obstacles the teachers states they have to, let's say, foster those kind of non-cognitive skills are actually how to implement this in a day-by-day classroom, having also to fulfill all the requests on the regular curriculum. No? So we constructed LifeComp into Action in collaboration with teachers and educators. And the LifeComp into Action provide a selection of principles, guidelines, and teaching strategy to bridge the gap between theory and practice. The idea is to trigger the reflection and to facilitate the adoption of teaching strategy that take into account the relevance of the emotional, social, and metacognitive aspect of learning. So it is organized around three, let's say, big chapters. We offer general principles on how to create learning environment that favor the immersion of this kind of competencies. For each life competence, we provide a guideline on how to prepare, implement, and assess activity that foster those competencies. And also we provide a series of 16 research-based teaching strategies that have been created, tested, and also fine-tuned in collaboration with teachers, and that provide step-by-step instruction for implementation and an explanation of the particular life skill that is intended to develop.
Thank you, Arianna. I ask you to condensate, please, the last slides, because we are in delay. Sorry, it's not your fault, but it's mine. Triple mistakes. I will pay pizza to my friends here, but please try to condensate a little bit.
Okay, just also to highlight that we also, in collaboration with the School Education Gateway, we developed online massive open courses for educators that are organized around the principle of supporting peer collaboration in job embedded context. They incorporate active learning, and they also offer opportunity for feedback and reflection among teachers. We have organized 3 courses, one for each area of LifeComp. The first 2 courses were already implemented, but the content is still online for peruse. And we have, in December, we will have the last one on reducing stress in school. You can find the information on the School Education Gateway. Here in the PowerPoint that I shared, also there are the links to those courses. And you also can download the LifeComp into Action at this address, but if you type LifeComp into Action, you will find it easily on internet. And so many thanks for your attention, and I stop here.
Thank you very much, Arianna. Thank you. Now, all the slides will be distributed through the conference platform, and we ask also to Arianna to add these important links in the slides, in her slides, so we can then visit and go deep into all the concept. The worldwide conference for skills in advanced manufacturing put in the first place the ethical skills in the skill settings. So it's important for us to understand how we can take value from the Entrecomp and the other many tools that we have seen represented by this very interesting chart that Arianna has presented. So thank you very much, Dr. Sala. Now I think we have connected also Manuel Galvin from European Training from ETF. Are you there, Manuel? Oh, I see you again. So Dr. Galvin is a senior human capital development expert and coordinator for vocational education project and at the European Training Foundation. Manuel owns a background and experience all around expertise development and knowledge management, research and policy analysis and advisory. I have the pleasure to work with Manuel from, I think, 1.5 years in our joint activities with ETF, and I'm very proud that you, Manuel, are here. Thank you very much for taking time to participate. So now the floor is yours. I kindly ask you if you can reduce a little bit to 10 minutes because we are already in delay. I was talking about a triple mistake because even for the translation I said before that is not provided from English to Italian. No, we have both translations. So you can use your headphones here and listen to the translators. Manuel, please select the language that you prefer. You can speak in English or in Italian or in Spanish as your mother tongue. Please. I suppose we are not hearing you. Your microphone is off. The technician says me that your microphone is off. So please don't worry. Just to save time, you can try to set the microphone and I would switch in the room here. I would like to ask to Dr. Cloud Bai-Yun to take the floor. Manuel will be back to you in 10 minutes. So Dr. Cloud Bai-Yun is here with us in the room, and we are very happy that we finally succeeded to have you personally at the Skillman Forum. We know the problems we had for pandemic period in the previous editions, and it was not possible to have Cloud Bai-Yun with us. So please take your time. The request is the same for you. If you can try to reduce a little bit from the expected time. The microphone is working.
Can you hear me? No? Is it better? No.
Yeah.
Is it better? Can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you very much, Giovanni, for your kind words. It doesn't matter if you can't see me, as long as you can hear me. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, dear colleagues. Good morning again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, dear colleagues. Joining Skillman and its members across the globe, I am delighted to be here today in Cagliari, representing the UK ENIC and the UK-China Council. UK ENIC is the UK's National Information Centre for Global Qualifications and Skills. We are not alone. We're not in isolation in this line of work. As some of you, or many of you may know, UK is one of the signatory states to the Lisbon Recognition Convention, which brings together 56 countries forming one of the largest networks of information centers. We are, should I stop or should I carry on? We are UK-based, but operating worldwide with a global network and client base spanning 62 countries across 5 continents, with over 20 years track record in professional consultancy, in international qualifications and skills training. Not wishing to sound like self-promotion, but I am confident to say that UK ENIC is a gold standard provider of information services in international education and global qualifications. As the UK's national agency with a global reach, we serve our own member organizations not only through information provision, but also, more importantly, through sharing of methodological processes we use or apply in the evaluation and benchmarking of qualifications and skills. Adopting a knowledge-based approach with global engagement reflects the increasingly worldwide scope of our activities at UK ENIC as the national agency, but also our broader pursuits as an international organization as the corporate vehicle. Particularly relevant to SIF 2022, I'd like to share with you all some further progress since SIF 2021, and this hopefully takes me closer to the broader parameters Giovanni and earlier speakers talked about at the beginning, and that's the future directions travel of TVET, the importance to respond to the rapid changes to skills demand, and I would add a little bit from a global perspective how we can reconcile and bring everything together. As some of you may recall from SIF 2021, we introduced the TVET quality system, a system that helps to ensure that technical vocational education is up to date, relevant, and of high quality. This is particularly important now in the recovery of world economy. And I'm very pleased to hear the earlier talks given by the 2 previous speakers emphasizing similar points. Now briefly turning to vocational excellence and the role of recognition. Vocational excellence, as many of you know, is an indicator or a reference point for qualifications in training and skills provision, whereas a recognition is an acknowledgement of the validity and standing of an education qualification or set of skills. Now, the relation between the two is that vocational excellence can be measured through the process of recognition. Now, when we talk about the measurements of TVET qualification or vocational excellence, recognition is to identify skills, competencies buried within a qualification, levels of progression, integration, and employment potentials. It also examines and identifies quality standards in the design and provisions. Further, through the process, it calls into question quality measures used as means of raising and maintaining standards relevant to industries. The value of recognition manifests itself in a number of ways. It supports the international acceptance of the qualification for further training or employment. It encourages quality improvement in the qualification design, curriculum, and assessments. And furthermore, it enhances international reputation of the qualification and its provider. Looking at our TVET quality system, the measuring of vocational excellence through recognition, I'd like now turn to practical measures. In other words, how we can translate concepts into tangible, concrete instruments to support world skills needs. we obviously need to do more, a great deal more, on global partnerships to build deeper and sustainable collaborations. Building on the success of the past 2 years, we're now planning to move ahead, taking Skillman further afield, and that's the creation of Skillman Asia Pacific. Skillman Asia Pacific is an initiative arising from the presentation by China's higher vocational colleges to SIF 2021. Skillman Asia Pacific, with headquarters in mainland China, is intended to offer the potential reach across the wider Asia Pacific region. The concept of craftsmanship is at the heart of this new initiative. In Chinese culture and policy, this is a sophisticated concept. In part, there is a national drive to raise quality in China's manufacturing and to build a capability for precision, which is absent in some manufacturing sectors. However, precision, attention to details, and pride in details are just important attributes and aspirations in the Chinese idea of the craftsman spirit. And this idea runs deep in the tremendous and rich historic traditional crafts of China. The formation of Skillman Asia Pacific, I believe, will be a catalyst to enable fusion of ideas and skills training, showcasing and celebrating the excellence of China's traditional skilled making and artisanship, and using this as a basis and an inspiration for a new culture of commitment to high quality, advanced skills and precision in China's 21st century manufacturing. Critical to this success was our first-hand experience working with TVET providers over the past 3 years in China, well, mostly remotely. The UK-China Council I mentioned earlier came into being 3 years ago. We've been working with over 40 leading vocational colleges in China to benchmark and develop their 3-year vocational diploma programs to international standards. Some of these colleges presented their activities and their work last year. In total, there are over 1,000 higher vocational colleges in China with strong links to commerce and industry, and the majority of these providers have excellent resources and facilities. These important colleges and the enterprises with which they work will form the basis of the new Skillman network in Asia and in China and Asia Pacific. My colleagues sitting in the audience will be speaking at our workshop tomorrow morning, Bridge to World Skills, alongside colleagues joining live from China. So please do join to hear more details. It is intended that this new platform will facilitate the development of blueprints and systems for use by colleges in China to embed high quality in their programs. It also intended to support systems for use by enterprises to raise quality in products and processes through, for example, industrial design of Italy, the precision manufacturing of Switzerland, the high quality of Germany, and the competitive skills from around the world, bringing together TVET experts and practitioners. By working together, we'll be able to promote vocational excellence in craft making and more. The ambition is to create an East-West global alliance, a network of skilled teachers and practitioners that can draw from different traditions and pathways, share best practice, and formulate new concepts of excellence. Looking at time, I'll stop here. Thank you very much for listening, and I wish you all an enjoyable and successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cloud Bai-Yun. She has introduced us to this new panorama, new perspective for the Skillman network, joining these important stakeholders from China that we are working together from last Skillman Forum. So now I wish that we have online Dr. Galvin.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, now everything is set perfectly. So Manuel, thank you very much. Please, I ask you to condensate a little bit because for my fault we are in delay. So help me to rescue a little bit.
Okay. Will you pass a presentation I prepared for you or not?
I suppose yes. So Manuel will talk about the understanding of excellence by the ENIC network members, by the point of view of ETF experience. Thank you, Manuel. Please.
Thank you very much. I will try to be very brief, and I'm happy also to listen our previous colleague, Claude, because yes, indeed, the understanding of vocational excellence is something that we are experiencing as a broad scope or from our perspective. We are the ETF. The presentation I had for you is also to brief a little bit on the understanding of centers of vocational excellence. We have the experience of the network of excellence, and what we are witnessing indeed is that the concept of vocational excellence is indeed a concept that is, in particular, the concept of centers of vocational excellence is currently a concept that is being implemented to look at the future, but the future is already here. And within a few years, the COVIS, Center of Vocational Excellence, will be the form on which all professional training centers pivot. The concept will be approved or standardized as the prevailing norm. This is one of one of my main messages I wanted to pass to you. We are a community of almost 260 centers of vocational excellence around the world. This is one part of the activity of the European Training Foundation from our Network for Excellence. From 41 countries, 16 ETF partner countries, 10 European member states, and 14 sub-Saharan countries, plus 1 center in Philippines and 3 in Switzerland.
Manuel, sorry, Manuel, if you have the slides that you can share, because probably we have some, we are missing your slides, you can share your screen, please.
Okay,
sorry.
Double click. No, okay. Yes, it would be interesting to share with you. Let me show you.
So after this last speech, we will have the coffee break in the Gonario room.
Okay.
So
okay, now I think you can see it. Isn't it?
Not at all, but...
no?
Ah, yes.
Yes.
We see your computer.
So, yes, what I'm going to try to brief you is about what we consider that ahead we have a new era for vocational education and training institutions and the role of centers of vocational excellence to steer the future of bed development. So this is our network in a nutshell. We have a network of so-called centers of vocational excellence on which, of course, we are trying to work more from the policy side on the concept of excellence, but in particular, what we do is sharing practices. Sharing practices basically around these 10 themes. That is what we consider excellence is about it. Is lifelong learning, is entrepreneurial role or entrepreneurial function of centers of vocational excellence or entrepreneurial function within the excellence policies. It's about autonomy, and governance and public-private partnerships. It's about the responses to green and in vocational excellence. It's about pedagogy and professional development. It's about smart specialization. It's about career guidance. It's about the education and business cooperation, which one example could be the world-based learning. And it's about the advanced manufacturing, or the industry 4.0, already 5.0. And distinctive also feature we don't have to forget is the social inclusion function of vocational excellence, because One of our main approaches is that not only, and also our centers working with us, is not only about industry, of course, about socioeconomic responses, but it's also the social function, which should be also included into excellence in vocational education. We take the concept of the European Commission. This concept is still fully valid.
Manuel, sorry, we are watching the first slide because we are not watching your second screen. Just we see PowerPoint, so you have to click on PowerPoint on the slide where you are.
Okay.
Thank you.
Again. Now.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the concept of the European Commission. This is concept on vocational excellence, which is still fully valid. But of course, I was very also, now this is very important debate because for the previous colleague, it's also about benchmarking for recognition, quality standard, but excellent, etc. Yes. It is indeed, but it's about also skill ecosystems, knowledge triangles, high quality provision, quality assurance, innovative form of partnerships, and teacher and training continuous professional development. This is what in the mapping of Center of Vocational Excellence, the European Commission brought as added value. What we do also is that our experience in vocational excellence is about a number of best features, what is also about, for example, relevance on qualification, curricula, etc. But it's also about quality, multi-level governance for shaping ecosystems. It's about effectiveness, it's about employability, it's about flexibility, it's about lifelong learning, it's about image, it's about innovation and inclusiveness. So this is, for example, one of the advices that we are witnessing working with our countries on where to define vocational excellence is a tricky issue, and it should be also very much based on national discussions and cultural traditions. But more overall, vocational excellence is about the scope, so it's to do more, it's extending functions in the vocational education and training system, is to do it better, on which the quality is the answer. It's also about capacities, it's about the vision, culture, values, networking, and expertise that a community that want to become excellence should have. But it's also about how the vocational excellence is influencing now reforms at the level of the policy and at the level of the system, on which Center of Vocational Excellence are hubs for informing best reforms. The European Commission in this mapping identified all these activities that are typical ones as a framework also for analysis. That is something that we are jumping into working in cooperation with the European Commission, on which, let's say, the issue of vocational excellence is built around governance and funding, teaching and learning, and cooperation and partnership. From these three big pillars, we have a number of functions, which could be, for example, in cooperation and partnership, the issues apprenticeships, upskillings and re-skillings, better attractiveness campaigns, skill competitions, international campus academy, internationalization, business incubator, etc. We have also in governance and funding how co-creating a skills ecosystem, sustainable financial model, etc. And teaching and learning. We have also experiential learning, innovative curriculum, learner-centered approach, etc., career guidance, etc., etc. So all around these dimensions is also how we can define vocational excellence. The concept of Center of Vocational Excellence, the school of the future, the vocational school of the future, is evolving concept indeed. In our experience, currently, there are 4 forms on which centers of vocational excellence are, let's say, understood. One is one single better school, high quality one, that is, single one. It could be also a school or a center that is a leader for a network of other schools that on which the excellence and the innovation is transmitted, is transferred to other parts of the network. It should be also, when the term of COBIs, Centers of Excellence, is used, it's also about clusters, sectorial clusters. But when this concept is also used, is about ecosystem of platform, on which also, is a partnership formed by, industry, research centers, municipalities, international companies, schools, higher research, higher education institution, etc., etc. So all these 4 forms are those that are now informing the implementation of the concept of Center of Vocational Excellence. Indeed, for the enabling COVES development or the better school of the future, we have a number of, let's say, drivers. The main ones are autonomy, financing, and quality assurance. The second one is about leadership, the school leadership and management. The third one is about how to make relevant partnerships and capacities for partnerships. The fourth one should be pedagogy and professional development. The fifth one would be infrastructures, internal and external ones also. And for that also in this slide, I show you some of the internal and external infrastructure that some of centers of vocational excellence around the world are showing. And there is a distinctive feature also in the School of the Future in Vocational Education and Training School, which is the applied research to vocational education and training, which is a work in progress that in many cases is now also part of the reforms in national legislations. What we learned also from a partnership, from our activity working with this big number of centers of international network or vocational centers that, by the way, you are invited also to join us, and as our doors are open, we've shaped group of partnerships on which we exchange practices about these themes that are composing excellence. So one of the things is that autonomy is an issue, for example, formulated in terms of challenges and opportunity. So the centers of vocational excellence should join autonomy, undoubtedly, in particular to tie better public-private partnership and engage the industry on the business operations. More resources are needed for many centers, in particular on the twin transition, for continuous professional development of teachers and training. There is also needed capacities for provision of incubation services, need to improve tracking adult learners in employment, benchmarking digital competencies, mobility frameworks, which is something also very much needed for having experiences, systemic experiences on the internationalization of the centers. And also, you know, how the centers should be informed policy making in many countries. Opportunities also, there are many for them, in particular in the issue of green, for example, on the issue of green skills. So there are a lot of centers of excellence that are now greening their buildings and developing extracurricular activities. Some COVES are also applying new innovative training programs and to provide learners with technical green skills. There are in our communities emerge also that the digital and online platforms, networks, community of practices are now key tools for teaching and learning capacity development, but also for engaging students hand in hand with teachers. So one of the distinctive features now is also in the new learning that is being created in these institutions is also the capacity to engage in cooperative way students and teachers. Why not to say also that there is centers of vocational excellence are seen also as hubs for the internationalization, but also, you know, to push adequate and establish strategic planning approaches to develop, for example, digital and green, supporting the digital and green transition, or in entrepreneurial learning approaches. So having said that, I hope to be very enough quick. I would like also to stop much more in many of the experiences that we are bringing here. Thank you very much. You can contact us whenever you want, and also because we are good partners from Skillman. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Galvin. So we understand that in this last period you have accumulated a stack of relevant information and quality information. So of course we want to continue to work with you and with, I see now in the room, Dr. Del Nino Filippo from your team. So we want to work together, and with Filippo we will also manage the final part of the conference, in which we will try to resume the aspects that we have introduced. And thank you for introducing the concept of the COVES, Centers of Vocational Excellence, as it is one of our raiding horses, and it's very important for us to define this model as a collaborative model at territorial level, the skills, local skills ecosystems. This is our concept, and thank you for working together with us in developing this concept. So now we have in the program, we have the break. We have some change because we are in delay. So the break will be in the room Gonario, that is pointed by some sign here out of the room. And then we have at 11 o'clock, it was expected the connection with the Philippines from Asian Development Bank, Shanti Yaganathan. Dr. Shanti will be online. Instead, the rest of the panel will be here with the President-elect of IVETA, Dr. Julian Enge, the Vice Director of Lincoln International Business School and Pro-Vice Chancellor of Lincoln University, Craig Marsh, here, and Elisa Guidi, the EU World Craft Council President. So now I don't want to reveal more. We go for a break. I wish that you can keep it in 10 minutes, so I give you appointment here in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Together we will stand, divided we fall. Come on now, people, let's get a ball and work together. Come on, let's work together. Now, people, tonight together we will stand. Every boy, girl, woman, and man. The things go wrong, as it sometimes will. The road you travel. Let's out here, let's work together. Come on, let's work together. Now, people, tonight together when we'll stand, every boy, girl, woman, and man. Together where we stand, divided we fall. Come on now, people, let's get a ball and work together. Come on, let's work together. Now, people, together we will stand. Every boy, girl, woman, and man. Abbastanza, grazie. Say the man is made out of mud, the poor man made out of muscle and blood. muscle and blood and skin and bone, a mind that's weak and a back that's strong. You load 16 tons, and what do you get? Another day older and different day. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. If you see we're coming, you know you better step aside. Let 'em indeed, and I'll let 'em die. One fist of iron and the other of steel. The right won't get you well. The left one will you load 16 tons. And what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. Oh, 16 tons, and what do you get? Another day older and deeper in day. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. I get the blues when it rains. Blues, I can't lose long, long when it rains. It rained when I found you, and it rained when I lost you. That's why I get the blues when it rains. I sit and wait for the sun to shine down on me once again. It rained when I found you, and it rained when I lost you. That's why I get the blues when it rains. I'm sitting waiting for the sun to shine down on me once again. It rained when I found you, and it rained when I lost you, babe. That's why I get the blues when it rains. That's why I get the blues when it rains. That's why I get the blues when it rains. soul. I wore my 44 on so long, dealing at my shoulder soul. I went on down to 44 too long. I don't want to wear the 44 no more. I woke up this morning with my 44 on my mind. I woke up this morning with my 44 on my mind. I wore that 44 too long, keeps me worried all the time. I've got this baseball blues, take it everywhere I go. I've got this baseball blues, take it everywhere I go. I went on down to 44 too long. I don't want to wear the 44 no more.
It's time to start again. Our colleagues are already connected from Philippines, so we are waiting to take place in the room here to start again. Please. It's difficult to leave the coffee table, I know. Yes, please. Yes. So we are starting to resume the session. Online people are waiting for us. So please close the coffee table. Otherwise, we will not have a conference. So delegates are coming back to their places. We are waiting. They accommodate on the chairs. Elisa. So the morning started with relevant speakings on the future of education with different perspectives. As you know, we take care on how to set new learning paths, new curricula, or to revise existing curricula, embedding ethical skills, because we want to look for a better future, a better society, and which can be the contribution of the Skillman network members to this vision for the future. And we are trying to grab and to catch from relevant speakers all these views they bring, relevant views. They are stakeholders, or they are university professors, they are researchers, they are director of a very important organization that have the capacity to detect the changes and to propose us visions for the future. So the conference talk in itself, because the question was, can educators embrace the utopia of changing societies? And this is already an answer. It's a question, but it's an answer. So we want to do it. We are here because we want to make a new society for the future that stop to look to conflicts and rescue from the pandemic period, including and not excluding anyone from the access to the advanced manufacturing skills, or to the skills for advanced manufacturing. And then we have such idea that it is possible. It is possible, but we have to answer to this. This is a premises. It is possible. Yes, I think it's possible. We must believe in it. And our relevant speakers are helping us in this belief. And of course, it's not easy, but we have called the best and the most important speakers we have on the planet, I would say. Sorry, I'm probably not reflecting your expectation of my words, but I told before I do many mistakes. This is in the package, so you have to bring all. This is a very passionate conference, and you will see even in the next stages, Julian, that this is not the end. So it's expected to have online Dr. Shanti Yaganathan from Asian Development Bank. If the colleagues can help me showing her. It is connected? No? It is connected. So Dr. Yaganathan is a principal education specialist at the Sustainable Development and Climate Change Department of Asian Development Bank in Manila. She has over 25 years of experience with reforms and transformation in school education, technical and vocational education and training and higher education in Asia. She recently published with Springer, together with Professor Rupert McLean, our advisor for Asia and Pacific area, the book entitled Powering a Learning Society During an Age of Disruption, which has inspired several of the Skillman activities during the last year, and which we will find also mentioned in the final declaration that is prepared for tomorrow. So, continuing in the same direction, Dr. Jagannatha will coordinate from Manila the excellent presence of our speakers on site that I have already mentioned before. So Dr. Julian Enge is the CEO of Warnborough Education Group and President-elect of the International Vocational Education and Training Association, IVETA. Dr. Craig Marsh is our member, Skillman member of the board, international board, and director of Lincoln International Business School, and Pro-Vice Chancellor of Lincoln University. And finally, we have the representative of Worldcraft Council, President, Europe Worldcraft Council President, Dr. Guidi, Elisa Guidi, here, that she also from my same city. We live in the same province. It's a coincidence. We didn't know each other on site, and we met in Brussels international contexts. So, thank you very much to be here. I don't see now Dr. Jagannatha online. She lose connection? No. Okay, Shanti, thank you very much to be here. Yes, we have suffered a little bit to reach the location because there is a red weather alert in Sardinia and other regions in Italy, but we succeeded and we are here to see you. Thank you very much. You can take the floor, make your introduction, and manage the discussion with the relevant speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Giovanni, for the invitation to join the Skillman International Forum this year as well. Warm hello to everyone who is joining the discussion today in person and virtually. This panel will try to use a futuristic lens to address some of the most pressing and compelling issues and themes that skills development systems and job markets need to take into account. Now, we often hear the term being future ready in the context of jobs of tomorrow and the need to ensure appropriate skills development to be future ready. On the one hand, earlier speakers have said that the future is actually already here. And the other aspect is that, it's also borne out by recent trends that it is becoming so hard to really be future ready because the future is on ever-shifting sands, making it increasingly more unpredictable and unfathomable. In addition to technological disruptions, there are several other interlocking trends of such as like changing economic value of industries, industries dying, new industries coming. Climate change is a big topic, and the need for solid climate action to help all economies to move on to low carbon pathways, energy transitions in that regard, the rise of extreme weather events, episodes such as COVID, demographic change, where we have both rapid aging in certain economies, whereas other economies are still dealing with youth bulges and how to reap the demographic dividend, labor mobility across borders, and the rise of the gig economy and accelerating urbanization. So the interplay of all this is also giving rise to great complexity in the markets. The interplay of technology, humans, and algorithms is also giving rise to such great opportunities and new pathways that would not have been envisioned some years back. So it has both the positive side as well as the flip side of, excluding some people or, or causing disruptions to markets. While advanced countries may be at the technological frontier, the adoption of technology is also proceeding at great speed in developing countries, whether it's artificial intelligence, robotics, or the rise of e-commerce. So in envisioning appropriate reforms, so it becomes really challenging to prepare for a future that seems increasingly unpredictable. Technologies changing at great speed and skills becoming obsolete at a very rapid pace. So I wanted to pick up on 5 themes or areas as hooks to envision some type of future visioning that we can do in this discussion. Based on that, I'd like to also highlight some 4 or 5 areas of reforms. After me, I look forward to hearing the intervention of the panelists. The first is this whole breakneck pace of digitalization and the spread of disruptive technologies. So these are really giving rise to, completely new business processes, particularly after COVID. The digital transformation has been on a very, very steep gradient. So what are the new directions for updating and upgrading technical and professional skills in the context of such rapidly evolving technologies? Our studies at the EDB also show that basic digital skills are becoming like foundational skills. It's a must-have. And then layer on that have to be intermediate and advanced digital skills. So what kind of learning to learn approaches are required to meet the ever-changing world of work? Studies by McKinsey have shown that a very high proportion of skills of today are likely to be obsolete in the future. So therefore this one area on the digital skills and the pace of digitalization is really compelling us to think about very new ways of looking at skills development. The second is the post-COVID scenario and talent management of a hybrid workforce, of a more digitally savvy workforce. Whatever were kind of coping strategies that were put in place by corporations during COVID-19 are now becoming mainstream in the marketplace. So many surveys undertaken by agencies are showing that much of those strategic new moves are actually being continued into the future as well. So one area is of course hybrid. I mean, for instance, this whole conference itself, right? I mean, increasingly all conferences are becoming hybrid. And so is works, and also digital first strategies are also becoming more the norm rather than the exception. So this calls for us to think about what kind of training and talent management practices are crucial for a world where hybrid work is going to proliferate even more than before, and post-COVID is calling for such reimagining of the workplace, which is much more diverse and much more hybrid and much more complex in a way, because it will bring together people and professionals from many different backgrounds and qualifications. Third is the rise of the gig economy. Also, I mean, it's just maybe propelled by COVID, but it was already in place before COVID. And this whole nature of cross-border gig economy work practices. It's estimated that there are currently over 1 billion gig economy workers, whether they are deriving incomes from short, medium, or long-term kind of job prospects on platform economies. So the rise of the platform economy and the gig work is literally changing the face of employment. And this is affecting wages, salaries, benefits, social protection systems, and importantly, the movement of labor. While a lot of policymakers are concerned about how to ensure social protection systems for gig economy workers, because they can be seen as possibly invisible because they are not in the physical space, they are virtual. But it's also important to think about how the breed of gig economy workers can be supported by adequate investments in skills. The fourth is climate change. I mean, I think climate change is really top of mind for everyone, not least because of COP27, but the sort of rising momentum in economies to move towards low carbon growth pathways, and what kind of energy transitions are required, what kind of climate actions are required, and how can the new norms of sustainability that are being put in place in corporations and in workplaces can be supported by timely investments in skills and talent development. So also for corporations, the principles of ESG, or the environment, social and governance principles that have been there for many decades now, but they are being transformed in the current context, and they're evolving and transforming and calling for much greater accountability from corporations and from managers. So key aspect of transitioning to a zero or low carbon growth pathway is to have adequate skills and talent. And this cuts across higher order engineers, professionals, architects, business leaders, accountants, but also technicians, fitters, and other workforce professionals that need to be part of the value chain. Last but not least is the aging and the demographic transitions that we are observing. The pandemic gave rise to concerns around health, but we also know that a number of economies are facing aging societies, and the burden of the aging societies on the economically active people, and what needs to be done to ensure that aged care is accounted for, and how to keep people longer in the workforce, how to keep them productive in the workforce, and also at the same time, how to help economies that still have large youth populations to draw on the demographic dividends, and to ensure that the youth of those populations are able to acquire the talent and the skills needed to succeed in the job markets. And this is also putting a lot of spotlight on the health workforce and the care economy. The World Economic Forum brought out a recent report on the importance of the care economy, and how professionalizing the care economy through investments in skills will not only help to access good jobs, but also bring very high social impact for the societies and economies. So, I mean, to kind of, to balance out these issues, I also want to talk about maybe 5 areas where reforms need to be considered. The first is that I think we need to really now very deliberately look at life cycle approaches to skills and qualifications. There are no more degrees or certificates for life. The preponderant focus of training institutions at early stage certificates and degrees and qualifications has to give way to much more. I mean, the lifelong learning paradigm has been there for decades, but it's now acquiring much more strength and much more new meaning in the current context. And it's also not about just helping people to have lifelong learning approaches, but also how to pivot across occupations and skills, and how skill rebuilding can be a crucial aspect. Second is that training has to go beyond the 4 walls of formal institutions. It's already being borne out by recent trends. So we need to combine interventions across online or short-term boot camps, experiential learning, on-the-job training. All of these need to be packaged as viable opportunities for young and old. Third is that formal degrees are increasingly supplemented by digital credentials, and the whole approach to stackable credentials, which means that learning anytime, anywhere, and upgrading, and and how to be on a gradient in terms of acquiring the necessary skills to go up the value chain. So these will become even more crucial in the future, and we need regulations, we need structures to make this happen. Fourth is that, the model, I mean, all of us who've been working in TVET know about the labor market information systems and the national qualification frameworks that we've helped many economies and countries put in place. But these are now really becoming challenged on how to be more agile to the whole shifting sands of future labor markets? How do we have very agile and responsive systems? Because labor market information systems take like a lot of time, money, and investment. The same with national qualification frameworks. How can we make them much more agile and speed? Fifth and last is that we need to think about labor market regulations, social protection systems, migration of labor, which is now, can happen without people physically moving space. How do we protect the vulnerable workers? And how do we ensure affirmative action in the context of gig economies, in the context of the digital world? And also, how do we prepare for a world that's going to be pretty much unrecognizable in the future from what it is today? So that's what I wanted to set the tone for the discussion with. So we have a great panel of leading experts from a diverse background to weigh in on this topic. They will reflect on these issues and also bring their own insights and perceptions. So first, I'd like to turn to Julian Young, Avatar's president. Julian, your organization supports the development of TVET globally. Skills for jobs is at the heart of most economic policies in the countries that we work with and the world over. Several studies are pointing to the explosive growth of digitalization, and skills are getting very obsolete very fast. Could you share something about what you consider to be the major priorities to re-energize and reposition TVET for the workplace of tomorrow? And in particular, what are the new initiatives that you are championing for the professional development of teacher trainers and instructors? Over to you, Julian.
Thank you very much, Shanti. Can everybody hear me? Yes, fantastic. Yes. I'm delighted to have a seat at this very prestigious table, and I'm here representing IVETA. So the way I'm going to do it is I'll do it a roundabout way. I'll address the 5 areas that were mentioned by Shanti, and then I'll talk about IVETA's possible responses to these challenges. So just to give you a little bit of context, IVETA was founded 38 years ago in America as a non-profit educational association for TVET around the world. Our 3 key areas are, number 1, to develop and enhance VET around the world. Number 2, to professionally develop TVET teachers so they can do this effectively. And number 3, to focus on research around TVET as to ways in which we can enhance TVET. So I'm delighted that many people here are already in the same choir, so I'm preaching to the converted, that TVET is really important, because for many years, TVET always has this reputation as the poor cousin to higher education. And so, let me quote you some figures. The Economist magazine quotes that more than 50% of 18 to 25-year-olds feel that higher education does not prepare them adequately for a job. The World Economic Foundation says that 1/3 of jobs will require skills not currently taught in education today. And they also published a list of top 25 skills that they think will see us through from 2025 onwards. And I'm pleased to say that most of those skills on that list are traditionally associated with TVET. So nothing new, really, but it's just how we perceive it. And the good thing about TVET is it generally is outcomes-based. It prepares students or graduates for a job. So in terms of the first area that Shanti mentioned, which is technology, I think we all know that COVID, the pandemic, showed us how unprepared most schools and institutions were for an online education. We all scrambled, well, many of us scrambled to put courses online with varying results. Some did it very well. A lot of people really struggled. And I know this because I was in touch with a lot of teachers around the world. Some were even suicidal. They said, we don't know where to begin with putting a course online. We don't know the technology. We don't know the methods. We don't know the pedagogy. behind reaching a whole group of students that you can't physically see or react to, especially if they've turned their webcams off. And then on the part of the teachers and students, or on the part of the students as well, they have to learn how to learn online. And it's very easy to disconnect or disengage with teachers who are not there in front of you, who can't sort of say, hey, you know, are you listening? Have you understood? Etc., etc. So we also have to go away from the mindset that online education is not just a repository of downloadable materials that if you miss class, you can just download a PowerPoint and learn. Okay, so that's from the technology side. And then post-COVID, as you said, well, during COVID, a lot of people didn't work, or they left work, or they resigned from work, as is known in America as the Great Resignation. And now we have the Great Regret, but I'm not going to go into that. So the thing is, it highlighted to a lot of people that actually there are different ways of working and learning, and that we should try and maybe balance our lifestyles and also place some importance on mental health. And this is also spurring a different revolution as to how we work and learn, and this is really, really important. In terms of the gig economy, well, also the COVID pandemic gave rise or enhanced the push for people to go into the gig economy, and proliferations of platforms such as Uber, Just Eat, Fiverr, Legal UTOPIA, People Per Hour, etc., etc. This has, together with the technologies we now have that are now ubiquitous, like Zoom, Teams, etc., it's just enabled people to have opportunities which were previously excluded to them. And also, it's now given rise to this new term, digital nomads, where you can work wherever you like around the world. And the question that Shanti raised is also very important. How do these platforms and new ways of working enable us to professionally develop and our care as workers? Because let's face it, a lot of people in the gig economy are earning a basic wage, if not less than that. I mean, you only have to look at a food delivery service like Deliveroo, where you have to deliver X amount of food within the hour in order to actually make it worthwhile. So many workers in the gig economy are just concerned about survival rather than anything else. And we have to look at that if we want our societies to prosper and progress. And then in terms of sustainability, when we hear that word, because of the barrage of media, we often just think about the environment. And of course, net zero and carbon-free, etc., green solutions, these are important. And we as educational providers and institutions, we have to look at that too. Look at new technologies, artificial intelligence, photovoltaics, as mentioned by Shanti, ways where we can save our planet for future generations to come, the concept of reusing, recycling, upcycling. It's really a mindset shift we're talking about here, and that really requires education, okay? But we should also talk about educational sustainability. What does that mean? It means we should move away from the concept of what I call educational transactions. That means I pay money, or I go to a class, I get what I need, I leave with a piece of paper, and that's the end of it. And that underlines what Shanti was talking about, lifelong learning, because learning does not stop when you leave the classroom or when you get a piece of paper. How many of us remember when we were in school, and some of us still are, I believe, that, you know, you're doing a biology lesson now, and when the bell rings, you go into the maths lesson and you forget completely about biology because now it's the maths lesson. And that's what I call transactional. You're just doing it on the basis of this transaction. And we need to move our concept of not giving somebody a fish, but teaching them how to fish so that they can be sustainable lifelong. And then let's talk about demographics, okay? Yes, some countries are facing an aging population challenge more than others, and that means we need to develop the industries related to that: healthcare, nursing, pharmaceuticals, etc., etc. However, I also want to mention, as we have seen over the last 6 months, war can also bring about enforced migration, which also leads to increasing diversity in our society and in our classrooms. So if you're a teacher and you're teaching primarily one population base, and suddenly your classroom is filled with lots of Ukrainians or Afghanis who don't speak your language in your country, how are you going to deal with that? How are you going to make sure that everybody in this diverse classroom is included? And that's the next point I want to make, which is inclusion. That, you know, we as teachers need to develop an ability to adapt ourselves to different diverse, to diverse situations and scenarios inside the classroom and outside. So that also means, like the nature of this conference, we have a hybrid conference. So that means we also have to adapt our styles and delivery methods to reach, I don't know how many people are logging in from wherever they are. 200, wow. So I hope I'm coming across clearly to people I can't see. And likewise, hoping to interact with all of you here. So in terms of what IVETA are doing, as mentioned, I will be the new president from next year. So my remit is to look at some key issues, and some of these dovetail with the challenges highlighted by Shanti. And the first thing I want to look at is, again, the mindset shift. How do we just make our educators look beyond just delivering education? Because that, to me, is very transactional. I deliver something to you and you take it and do whatever you will with it. So I would like us to look at how we can move away from the transactional education model. Also, several speakers have highlighted this before, and I cannot highlight it enough. We really do need to do more with work-based learning, because the more you can get to grips with the real world while you are learning educational concepts and theories and being able to apply them, the more effective you will be when you'll be, first of all, work ready, and then when you are in work, you will be effective, hopefully. And we also know we are talking about a huge gig economy where people are just struggling to survive and taking on as many jobs as possible. They really don't have time to professionally develop themselves. And if you tell them, go back to school, oh, it's going to take you 6 months, 1 year. They're going to say, I don't have the time for that. So why don't we look at the concept of micro-credentials? This is something I know many of us are busy developing frameworks in. I think this is a fantastic opportunity. It doesn't have to be a formal framework, because as far as I'm concerned, any form of learning is going to be valuable because it's lifelong. And what we would like to do at IVETA is also to develop more professional learning communities amongst educators, because we as teachers, we have so much knowledge, but together we can create even more, and that's the concept of co-creation. I would like to see the co-creation of knowledge as a professional learning community, rather than just somebody saying, here's a framework, do with it what you will. Why don't we together create solutions that work for us? And this is the next thing that we are doing in IVETA. I'm nearly finished, is going to be the amazing voice of the youths, and that is what we will be hearing from EduBiz. And rather than us talking to the youths and telling them what to do, why don't they co-create the knowledge and experience that will be invaluable to them going forward in the future? So I'm delighted to be here. I'm delighted that there are so many frameworks, because IVETA is primarily, it was set up originally in America and was very America-centric, but being here in Europe is fantastic because there is so much we can learn from European educators, and there are already so many frameworks around, like the Digcom.edu, the COVES framework, lifelong learning competences developed by the EU, etc., etc. So thank you very much. I hope we will have the chance to talk throughout these 2 days. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me later or speak to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Julian. Thanks a lot. You've covered a wide terrain. So let's turn to Craig Marsh. He's Lincoln University Pro-Vice Chancellor and Director of Lincoln International Business School. You know, your institution has the credo of responsible management, and that's like really now the need of the hour, with so much emphasis on climate action. So it would be great if we can, you know, go on that track a little bit now to think about the kind of work that education institutions need to do to transform and expedite, you know, the pathways, the sort of the action for sustainable business processes. So, and also I also would like you to talk a little bit about the connection between TVET and higher education. And in the countries that we work in, this is becoming increasingly important, that the connection between technical training institutions and universities are fostered with so much growing attention to higher TVET. So I don't want to take too much time, so let me pass it over to you. I really look forward to hearing your thoughts on sustainable pathways and also this connection between tertiary education and TVET. Over to you.
Thank you, Shanti. Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation to be here at this conference. And I feel that there's a challenge being thrown down in this conference to the universities. And I'd like to start by responding to that, and I will come back to the questions that you asked, Shanti, because I think what's really important is that we think about what a university is in the relation to vocational education, because many of you may be thinking, what's this got to do with universities? Why am I here? And I'd like you to think of two possible types of university, right? Bear with me on this one. The first type of university is what we call in the UK the University of the Ivory Tower, okay? And this is the sort of university where, indeed, knowledge should not be contaminated by the real world, because the entire idea of a university is that they develop pure academic knowledge, which is not relevant directly to the real world. And going back centuries, that's what universities did, and it still is with us. And you heard Professor Schleicher this morning talk about the vocational versus the academic. And I would now challenge you that, in fact, there is a second type of university that does not perceive that there is a difference between the vocational and the academic, that the two are, in fact, increasingly the same thing. So what kind of university is that? Well, instead of it being an ivory tower where us wonderful academics think deep thoughts without being interfered by the real world, but in fact, we're an engine or a catalyst. And that engine is a driver of economic growth. And that is a very different way of seeing a university. And that's how we conceptualize ourselves as a university. So what does that mean? Well, actually, it means precisely, as many of our speakers have been talking about this morning, is you start with the end in mind. And you start with what your employers, who are going to employ your students, want from those students. And you start with the employee. What are the skills that they're going to need to be able to thrive in in the 21st century, the third decade of the 21st century. And when you start with that end in mind, instead of the development of pure knowledge, then it leads you to some very different outcomes as a university. What are those outcomes? Well, I'll give you 2 or 3 examples just from my own experience and from the kind of offer that we now make as a university. Some of my favorites. So we now have a degree apprenticeship, which precisely combines the academic and the vocational. So an undergraduate or a postgraduate can work and they can study with us and obtain a degree from the university, an apprenticeship, the qualification of which is granted by employers, not the university. And for the first time, it's challenging what Professor Schleicher talked about this morning, is the monopoly of universities to decide on the outcomes. The degree apprenticeship is designed by employers with the university, and the output is not in the control of the university. That's the degree apprenticeship. And it's a very interesting concept. It is turning on its head the traditional reliance on universities to decide on outcomes. And you're working with people who are in work. My favorite program, it's called the Accidental Manager. So these are all the people, maybe this has happened to you, that you get promoted into a management position without having the first idea what to do. Because you've come perhaps from a technical background, and they don't train you how to be a manager when you're a doctor or a lawyer or an accountant or indeed an academic. So it's the Accidental Manager program, which is training them in the skills of management, and that they get a degree for it. It's a bachelor's in management. A second product we have is called the Challenge 4.0. Why 4.0? It deals with Industry 4.0, something that you'll all be very familiar with. This is where we put groups of students together who will resolve the problems that are presented to us by businesses. So they will come in and they will say, well, I have a marketing strategy, but I have no idea how to put a digital marketing strategy. I don't know what search engine optimization is. Can you please explain it to me and put one in for my organization? So our students will get together and resolve those problems for those organizations in competition and as part of their degree. So it links to their degree outcomes. They get credit for the solutions they develop for organizations. Micro-credentials, we've been doing that for 3 years. And the offer that we have as a micro-credential is a short course. You don't have to get credit for it, but you can do a micro-credential, but you can stack them, as Shanti alluded to earlier, and put an assessment on it, which allows you to earn credit that can contribute to a full master's program. Why do we do that? Because we know that busy people can't take the time necessarily to spend 2 years studying a full degree program. They want to consume those skills in short pieces. That's the basis of the micro-credential. So we offer that. So this is our idea of a different sort of university that is totally integrated into the economy of its region and is driving the growth for its region. And our university has been externally assessed as bringing £400 million a year into our region through the work that we do. The second, one of the other questions that Shanti has challenged us, how do you, as a university institute, higher education institution, cope with the rapid development of skills? How do you do that? I mean, I'll let you into a secret. If you're building an undergraduate program of 3 years, it is 6 years before from the way you start designing it until you know whether it's worked or not. It takes 6 years. By that time, possibly the skills that you put into that program in its original design are completely out of date by that 6 years' time. So how do you do that? Well, I'd like to distinguish between 2 broad sets of skills. There are the sorts of skills which we know are changing rapidly, and Johnny, who's in here somewhere, is going to be talking a little bit about this in terms of augmented reality a little later on. They are changing so fast that we cannot possibly put content in that is going to teach anything useful to our students who are learning things like augmented reality. But there are also the skills which make us human, and which actually will always be important for us to contribute, even with things like the advent of artificial intelligence, which is going to start to encroach on some of our human skills. Those things we can teach, and we can have our students learn because they are. So what do? We apply a competence framework to our degrees, and we teach the skills of data analysis, regardless of what the program is. We teach the skills of what we call architectural knowledge, the ability to solve new problems that haven't been encountered before by putting lots of things together from different places. We teach entrepreneurship. We teach teamwork in multicultural contexts and across virtual environments. We teach ethics and, as Shanti alluded to earlier, responsibility. So any student coming to study at our university will be taught those competencies somewhere on those programs. That's how we weave in those human skills, which we know. Where did we get that from? Well, we didn't invent it as a university. We went to the World Economic Forum survey of what employers need from their employees in the third decade of the 21st century, and we use that to put into our degree programs. So this is a vocational and academic offer. We are assessed now as a university on how well we develop graduate skills. We can't get away from it. We're ranked on how well we do that. So this is really crucial for us. The second category of skills are those ones that change rapidly. How do we do that? Well, the concept is that you don't try and teach those students those skills. It's pointless. What you do is create an environment where they can learn those skills themselves. It's something we call student as producer. They effectively invent their own degree program in those areas of skills. So they will be set on a journey of discovery where they discover those skills for themselves and they bring those back to the classroom and we guide them in that journey. We do not try to teach them. There is no point. The content that we can develop is already out of date by the time we try and teach it. So it's a journey of discovery that we launch those students on. And that's an absolutely crucial point, and you alluded to this earlier, Julian. We call it student as producer, where the students are effectively designing that element of their own degrees. It's a really important element of it, and it's becoming quite common. We're not the only university that does it. So those are some of the ways that we respond to that rapid change in skills and to the demands of employers. And the third element I'd like to mention is the one that Shanti referred to in those all-important skills of ESG. So environment, sustainability, governance, which businesses are now so keen on, provided they're not greenwashing, that is. How do we do that? Well, what we do is, and I'll just give you one or two case studies of the kinds of things that we do with our students. So in our module, Social and Political Perspectives in Tourism, what Agnieszka does, she runs a virtual conference with her students as part of her module, in which they identified issues such as modern slavery and the relationship of tourism. And the students themselves will be researching the topic. They will present that at a virtual conference, and they for themselves will understand some of the social, political, and ethical issues that often exist in tourism around the world. In the module on contemporary issues in management, what Maria does there is the students create their own blog post. And what they picked this year was fast fashion, which has been a real ethical, moral issue in the UK. The students themselves are buying their clothes from Boohoo. They don't understand that Boohoo's clothes are made in sweatshops in Leicester using illegal labour. Or they were during lockdown. So they create a blog post, they do the research on it, they investigate companies like Boohoo, by the way, lovely clothes, but the real ethical issues around it. And they will do their own research and present their potential solutions on it. So they're doing the real work. Marketing management. They worked with a real company on their sustainability goals and built a marketing strategy that put those sustainability goals right at the center of it, presented it to the company, that company is now delivering on that. So these are the ways that we use case studies to build ESG right into the heart of the student's experience. And no student graduates from my university now without having a really good understanding and indeed have presented some solutions to those challenges presented that we've all heard about today. So hopefully that's made a little bit of the case for a different sort of university. We are learning, as you are, about how to do this, but do bear in mind that universities aren't all those ivory towers where it's really hard to get into, even harder to get out of, and all they do is produce knowledge that is useless to anybody in the real world. That is not how universities are working these days. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Craig. I think you really very effectively, talked about the trend that's now bridging the gap between the whole skills domain and higher education. I think many countries are embracing this approach of applied degrees. Of course, I mean, I think the Blue Skies research will continue to be an important part of education, but I think increasingly how do you apply it in real life has become of the critical moment, critical question to address. Thank you. Now it's really now excited to hear Lisa Guidi from the EU World Craft Council, to talk about the creative industry. There's so much buzz around this industry now. The orange economy, a lot has been researched and written about in recent times. Yet, I think there's a lot more can be done to position this industry better with adequate investments in skills, knowledge, and that kind of the whole entrepreneurial support. And this whole digital, transformation also offers a huge opportunity. And we all know the rise of the digital creatives, whether it's the streaming, the streaming explosion that we've seen during COVID, but also how digitalization can help craftspeople the world over. So very, very interested to hear what you will be saying. Elisa, I'll go over to you.
So thank you to Skillman, and thank you to Giovanni for inviting me, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be here. I'm sorry I'm not a native speaker, so after such speeching it will be a little bit difficult for me. Anyway, first of all, a few words about what World Craft Council Europe is. We are a network of entities, different kinds of entities, public bodies, or craft association, or a center for promoting craft, and so on, all over Europe. And we are now more than 30 members from more than 20 countries, European countries, in a no political view of understanding Europe. So I mean, we have Ukrainian, but also Georgia, and now we have Turkey, and so on, Azerbaijan. So it's a continental point of view about Europe. So it's really interesting also to understand that craft is not the same all over the continent, and not. We have the same challenges, we have the same issues, but different kind of structure about craft companies, and also production and techniques and so on, and different kind of training about craft too. And for instance, in Northern Europe, you can find some university teaching craft, mostly in textile. In Italy, there are no university for craft, and in other countries like France, you have a special institution like École Boulle or other that are teaching about craft skills. Anyway, so a few words about craft also. A craft is a special sector because it's composed mainly by micro enterprises. I mean, and mostly composed by solo workshop. So often craftsman is a person working alone in a workshop with very, very high technical skills, but is working alone. So it's really difficult to find craftsmen that can do everything. I mean, it's not right anyway to do that. So there are different kinds of approach from craft people to technologies. Of course, COVID-19 obliged everyone, craftsmen and all people, to deal with technologies, at least at digitalization. And we saw an improve of using technologies, mostly communication technologies, like social, like Zoom, a platform for meeting, but also e-commerce, and also platform to showcase and to sell product. Because for the very first period, it was something really strange, no one worked, but later they started organize themselves. So, I mean, it was a dramatic way to approach technology. Of course, not for all companies, not for all craftsmen. Some of them were dealing with technologies before COVID, but later everyone was obliged to work with that. And it was difficult and still difficult. Anyway, concerning new skills, soft skills about technology, digital transformation, and also green transition that are topic, very central topic for EU, also for creative industries. We are trying to help craft people to first of all, to understand better, to have knowledge about what technologies are and what they, and in which way they can help them to improve their businesses, because they need to understand that it's not something that they are obliged to do because of the trends, but because they can help them to do that. Is something that is, I mean, we are speaking about future trends in skill, and we are trying to approach a sector in which skills are, I mean, needs a very long training, because to be a very craftsman, you need to learn your technical skills for many, many years. So we have craftsmen that from one side need to learn their own skills for many years, and on the other side they need to understand skills that will be really perhaps very quickly obsolete, or anyway to improve many, many skills, different skills. So it's not so easy to do that. I think that the best way to help craftsmen and craft people and craft companies to deal with technology is also to train young people that can approach craft industries and creative industries and help them to deal with technologies. Because as I said, a craftsman working solo in a workshop cannot deal with e-commerce, with the social, with digital transformation, with blockchain, and something like that. So it's really difficult. I think it will be really important to create new professionals, new experts that can deal with technologies, different kinds of technologies, of course, but they that can also speak craft language, because it's different. If you work with a big company or medium company, you can have different kind of professional inside the company. For craft people, you cannot do that. So we need to have professionals that can work with craft people, to explain, to help them to work with technologies in a professional way. Because often we heard the craft people say, okay, I ask my son or my friend to do my social, my marketing on social. No, it's not that. This is not professional. You can do that for your private life, not for your businesses. So, I mean, we need to explain that they need professionals and at the same time, to train professionals to work with craft people. It's different. It's important for technologies, it's important for design, because design is another important matter in all these conversations, because it's important for technologies, it's important for digitalization, it's important for the green transition, because you cannot speak about green transition without speaking about design product that can be recycled, that can be enter in a circular economy. So it's important also to speak about that. I mean, it's not so easy to make also policymakers understand what craft it really is, but it's a very special sector. And I mean, it's important also to train and to update knowledge of all intermediate bodies, like, for instance, Centro or a craft association, craft council, and so on, to understand what's going on, the main trends, and how to apply trends to the craft sector. Because the craft sector need people, services that can explain what's going on, how to approach, and then they need to work in a professional way in that. there are anyway many interesting experiences, both in traditional craft, heritage craft, and also in contemporary craft. They are using technologies, they are using digitalization, but is not so spread in all the sector. But is a very important issue now. It's important also because craft sector is usually an old sector. I mean, craft people are often aged, and most of craft people are over 50 at the moment, at least in some countries, like for instance Italy and other countries. So the aging problem is bigger also in craft, and so they need, from one side, to understand what's going on, because some technologies are for young people, or anyway are more understandable by young people. On the other side, we need to find young people that want to approach craft. And technologies can be also the link between new and old generation for craft people. We are really convinced, we are really persuaded about that technologies can help young people to approach the sector. And can help also to show the sector in its reality, is not hold in the sense of something that has no future. Creative industries have a very important future. They produce very beautiful goods. They are very linked and very rooted in territories. They are part of the identity of territories, so they need to be improved. But we need to help craft people to approach, and I think that TVET will be really, really important to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Elisa. I think thank you. It's such an important sector, and the rise of technology, that's NFT or blockchain, and digital art has so much potential. Like you said, both for young people and also how to preserve the art of the old. I now turn this back to Giovanni. I think we're just about hitting the 1 hour mark since we started. How would you want to lay this out now?
Thank you very much, Shanti, and thank you so much to you. The speakers allow us to understand how it is complex, but also how it can be easy explained by such relevant and outstanding speakers. So for me, it's clear that we have many challenges, and we have brought to the light some important ones, and we have also solutions. So we have touched very, not in its narrow aspects, but very relevant issues that we have in front. We have recalled such things that were part of this morning presentation, like micro-credentials you introduced. And so these need to get out from the ivory towers and to make an education that is really useful. And we have a concrete example because this challenge of training handcraft makers or people that look to conserve and to improve our heritage, cultural heritage and so on. It's very important, and for us I think is a mission that we have. And in fact the Skillman Network is working together with the World Craft Council to detect which are the skills in the advanced manufacturing that can be proposed for the hand makers, workers and entrepreneurs. And so I am confident that in this drive we will have a very good collaboration. In the next 4 years we will bring on this research together, and then we will try to propose also training solutions that will be offered to your members. So thank you very much to be here, and thank you very much for bringing your voice with the Skillman community. As you know, we are represented in 95 countries in the world, so we look to also include other members, and we recently received 200 applications from China, from the Skillman China initiative. So we are reaching near 1,000 members. And this is the drive. I think that now is more clear. We started to reflect on the big issues, the big demands that we have, the society have in front. We have reflected on the role of work and the role of education in respect of the work, and the statistics show us that we have something to do. Then we have presented the packages of that the European Union has defined, the competence frameworks that we have. This table from Mariana Sala was very interesting to map how we can move, but we have our own map, we know this. We discussed it many times with the ethical skills in the skill settings, and we have understood today that there are even universities that look to concrete skills to make concrete things. So thank you very much. I don't see any more online Shanti, but thank you very much, Shanti, if you are hearing me. Thank you very much to you. Now for the gender...
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, as you know that we take care of the gender balance, we now have another speakers from the University of Florence. I ask you to come here, Tiziana, and please big applause for the panelists. Thank you very much. So now we are switching. Yes, please. Now we are switching to our attention to gender balance. We were trying to have also a gender balanced approach to the composition of the panels, but some flight was cancelled. Probably something went wrong for this reason. But anyway, we are here also to reflect how gender balance can be criteria can be applied in education. And the Skillman Network was engaged in the last 2 years to analyze this and to produce some practical tool to help schools in applying these principles, to make a self-analysis on the level of gender balance respect, and then to modify their own organizations to respond better to the balancing need in gender. So, Tiziana is university professor, Dr. Tiziana Chiapelli, is an outstanding researcher, university professor in Florence, social cultural inclusion and exclusion of minorities expert with focus especially on gender. So she's the best person to talk us about the gender balance in education in general. So she looks for cultural differences, educational systems, and active citizenship processes. So in my opinion, I know Tiziana from many years. If you remember the ones that they have participated to the Skillman Forum 2017, Tiziana was the master of the ceremony. And in my opinion, Tiziana is one of the person I know that is most prepared on this topic. She has worked in this project, and now this project that is the Frisco initiative has given us this fantastic tool for self-assessment. So she will talk us about the topic free from sexism and sexual harassment at school. Tiziana, please, the floor is yours. I kindly recommend you to try to stay a little bit shorter
I will
in
be
time.
very short.
Please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you for Skillman conference, because I'm very proud to be here. I'm very fond of Skillman project before and now the Skillman network. So it's like to be home again for me. Thank you, Giovanni, to have involved me. Okay, now today I'm speaking on behalf of Frisco European project, which is funded by the European Union, and the title is Free from Sexual Harassment in School and Education, and from sexism and sexual harassment at school and in education in general. So now I'm a representative of the University of Florence. My colleagues are online, and I speak for them too. I'm not going into the details of the project because today we are going to have a special session dedicated to the topics and in particular on what we did in schools and university. But I'm just trying to share with you a specific perspective on education all around the world, but in a smaller perspective in Europe and in Italy too. Okay, so. Why speaking about gender gap? Because, and a lot of researchers say that, we know that girls in this moment, women in general, young women, are more studious than men, than boys, but still have fewer opportunities. On average, globally, girls in school get better grades than boys. But, however, despite the progress, only 2/3 of the countries of the world do girls have the same training opportunities as their peers. So this is a problem, of course, also because we know that gender inequality plays a powerful action against all forms of emancipations, not only women emancipation, but countries' emancipations and also humanity emancipations. So it's very important to fight against gender inequalities, and in particular we found out that also violence in school and education and in general discrimination. Is it okay? Non si vedono le slide? Vogliamo mettere il PowerPoint, il PDF?
So, in the time we are waiting for the slides, I inform you that after this presentation we will have another session here and groups in the workroom, in the other rooms. So everybody, I hope, is informed about which room to reach. There are signs outside in the corridor, so you can follow the sign. If you are lost, so get to the info point to ask. Yeah. Yeah, you can move here in the time that he tried to rescue the slides, and you can continue your presentation, Tiziana. Please, take this microphone.
Okay. It's because I don't have the microphone.
Please.
Okay, so thank you. And sorry, but I need the slide because I was giving some details. Okay, so in any case, we know that because of war all around the world, because of extremist movements in some countries, because of... okay, thank you. Because of...
Is working?
It's okay now?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's
Sorry. Okay, so we know that when countries experience a drastic condition, of course, the first to suffer from for that condition, for example, war, famine, or also extremist movement, usually are the young women, girls. And the number of girls dropping out of primary education is more than double over the number of boys. So this is a general statistic all around the world. For example, the gap in secondary schools is very huge because we have 9 million girls out of the general population who cannot attend secondary schools. So we have a significant numerical disparity between girls and boys. Of course, after the pandemic, the situation has also even worsened. Now we calculated that about 132 million girls didn't attend school during the pandemic and still are not attending schools because of wars, poverty, gender violence, also the taboo of menstruation, who prevent them to attend schools, and also sexually transmitted disease and early marriages. So the number of girls excluded from school has increased, and this is a worrying situation, of course. Furthermore, we also know that we have 781 million of illiterate adults in the world. Nearly 2/3 of them are women, and this is the data from UNICEF. So this is a very difficult situation. Of course, after the pandemic, the situation is not going very well, and we still have less opportunity for women in respect of boys, and also because there was an increased need to look after the family, and also the forced marriage are increased. So the crisis usually, say all the reports, for example, Save the Children, have a huge impact on women and young girls. Today I'm going to speak in particular on two main points, which are educational poverty and also the NEET issues. So in school year 2021-2022, we had poor result for many students, but and as the Italian statistics reported, the situation appeared very compromised after the pandemic, not only during the pandemic. And what about STEM? Because we are here in the Skillman context, so it's important to speak about technologies, engineering, mathematics. So we have very bad results, but in particular bad results for girls in comparison of women, of boys. For example, we have the 47.2% of non-sufficient grades and competencies for girls compared to the 43.1% for boys. But the situation is the other way around regarding the literacy skills. Of course, regarding Italy, the situation is not the same in all the regions. We have a huge difference between the north of Italy and the south of Italy. This is the other side of our issue about the NEET. Sorry, because I have a mosquito, I don't know what, who's going around, and which are the young people not in education, in training, or in any case in employment. And as you can see, of course, the situation is very different in all around the world. In Europe, and I'm sorry to say that Italy is the worst country because we have people from 18 to 29 rate, which shows that our country is the worst. We only have Montenegro as the first place, but which is not part of the European community. Regarding the NEET compared to men, all the reports says that all around the world, but also in Europe and specifically in Italy, women have more probability of being NEET compared to men. For example, in OECD countries, the 60.5% of women between 18 and 20 years old doesn't study or work, while the percentage of among young men, boys, is of the 14%. So the problem is not only they are NEET, but also young women are not active in looking for a job due for many causes. For example, the commitment, the care of the family, children, but also in general the gender gap and inequality in all the countries we have studied. Just to give you some reasons, social beliefs that tend to give greater importance of the role of women within the family rather than outside as a worker. Of course, also the job market, because in employment, usually, especially in some specific field, there is a preference for men instead of women, because there is also the belief, there is also the prejudice that it's more difficult for a woman to combine domestic work with a very committed work. So, and of course, in Italy, these statistics are confirmed, and as usual, we are one of the worst countries in Europe. So, however, in any case, we know that the need phenomenon is specifically, predominantly a female phenomenon. I go on because I know I have to be very short. So, this is the general statistic, so you can see it of the 2020, so you can see the position of Italy, which is one of the biggest country in Europe, but has the higher rate in NEET. Okay, so why speaking about violence and discrimination in school and education? Because this one is one of the causes of which female, young girl, women very often are prevented to attend schools, to attend university, to attend trainings, vocational courses, and so on. So, of course, we are here. We have to reflect on what we mean with violence and sexual harassment. All the researchers say that we have not enough data to assess the real phenomenon. For example, we know that 1 out of 5 girls in college in USA have been physically, sexually assaulted. But for example, we don't know in Italy what is the situation. So we have few data. We need more data. And of course, there is not only the direct physical violence, but also there is the threatening, the psychological oppression. There is also the prejudice and the stereotypes which see women not capable to attend STEM courses or jobs. So I'm going to finish because then we are going to have our specific session in the afternoon. Frisco project started precisely from this kind of observation that sexual harassment and sexism in education has as a consequence also the dropout and also the education segregation. So we are going to discuss this in details with all our partners in the afternoon and also tomorrow, because tomorrow we are going to have an extra session on a specific tool. So I think it's very important to know and also to work on it in order to disseminate and also to use to be able to collect more data and also to plan very effective actions at the political level and also in didactic in order to reverse the situation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tiziana. Thanks to have been short. Never leave the microphone to Tiziana without these premises, because otherwise we go till tomorrow morning. And of course, we understood that this is a very important topic for us, because it's one of the ingredients that we want to put in the package. So the gender discrimination balance and the gender balance and the actions against gender discrimination that we can implement are very important for us. And we have developed this tool that can be shared among the community. Thank you again, Tiziana. I invite here to take place to the next panelist, and I give you information about which rooms are expected to be populated here on site and online. Each room is connected with a virtual room, so the online participants can join from the links in the platform, and the on-site participants can also go to their own rooms, hopefully that they will have clear where to go. So I'm inviting here for the Assembly of European Regions workshop, the members, and during they take place, I inform you that we have in Lotto 3, room 5, the workshop held by Silvia Gabriela Petre and Sergio Brunetti, Digital Storytelling as a Tool for Marketing of Handmade Products, preparatory workshop, what skills are needed for the ecological transition of small-medium enterprises. Instead, in the room Dimostratore, we have Pablo José Garcia Sempere, one of the survived from the flight cancellation and deviations. So Pablo is here with us. Thank you very much, Pablo. Inclusive coaching in teacher education, give voice to people with intellectual disabilities in university. Is a very, I think, outstanding example on how to have inclusive approach to education, making people with such particular skills to become teachers at the university level. So please take the floor, move to the rooms that you have selected. Here I'm calling for Birgit Sandu and Anna Comacchio from Assembly of European Region. We will have here seated Alessandra Zedda. Dr. Zedda is Councillor for Labour, Vocational Training, Cooperation and Social Security of the Autonomous Region of Sardinia, and she is also Assembly of European Region Vice President for Employment and Skills. I know that probably something is changing, but you probably would like to give information if you like. And I take the occasion to thank you very much for the hospitality that your region and all of your team members is giving to us with an exceptional politeness and patient, because we have many requests, but they answer any moment and they supply all the services that are necessary. And so I don't know if we have also Sean Duffy in somewhere. Dr. Duffy is Vice President for ATU Integration at Atlantic Technological University. And then probably we have Anna yes. Caceres.
Silvia Frau.
Okay, yes. Can you announce, please? Thank you very much. So you have your time. We already discussed the problem that we have a little bit half an hour yes. delay, but okay, take your time and manage your workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot to Giovanni and the Skillman team, and especially as well to the Region Sardinia for inviting us to this very exciting event. So I'm here with my colleague Anna Comacchio. I am Birgit Sandu. We both work at the Assembly of European Region, which is the largest network of region in the broader Europe, and we support region and local authorities to promote policy innovation in their systems, because skills are a key driver when it comes to development and growth. We have largely focused on this field over the past years, and we have indeed worked a lot with both the organizers of this event, along and productive cooperation over the years, and we are very glad to have here Alessandra, who has been a strong voice in Europe in the promotion of the role of regions when it comes to foster skills and innovation. So today we have heard a lot about Centre of Vocational Excellence, and also a lot about the importance of starting this process locally. So now we are here with the representatives from our regions that will show how they actually did that, are doing that on the ground. And our aim is to share with you, to discuss with you about how the creation of a skill ecosystems work in practice, what are the benefits, and what we can do also together in view of also launching future partnerships together. So yes, because we are a bit in delay, without further ado, I give the floor to Alessandra. I don't know if you prefer to go there for a welcoming speech. Thank you so much.
Grazie, buongiorno a tutti. Sono molto onorata di essere qui oggi con voi in questa giornata di studi, approfondimenti e di confronto molto importante in qualità di vicepresidente di AER, che è l'Assemblea delle Regioni. Oggi trattiamo tra l'altro un argomento che è all'attenzione di tutte le politiche europee per l'anno 2022, ma anche e soprattutto per il 2023. Devo dire che gli enti locali in questo senso giocano un ruolo fondamentale, in particolare le regioni, anche perché nel nostro sistema le regioni hanno la competenza primaria in materia di formazione e politiche attive. E quindi garantire le competenze necessarie per questa transizione e guidare la trasformazione necessaria per raggiungere l'Agenda 2030 è uno anche degli obiettivi dell'Accordo di Parigi e il Green Deal. In questo senso tutta l'Europa, ovviamente, l'Europa delle regioni è orientata per garantire la migliore efficacia delle politiche messe in campo. In questo senso credo che però non deve mancare l'adeguato sostegno sia sotto il profilo finanziario ma in particolare sotto il profilo tecnico, proprio perché la transizione che ci porta verso un'economia green e digitale deve essere accompagnata anche da tutti gli sforzi in tutti i settori, anche con uno sguardo importante al settore climatico. Da qui il grande impegno di AER, dell'Assemblea delle Regioni, che voglio ricordare è uno dei più grandi, se non il più grande, network indipendente di regioni in Europa. Ha il compito appunto di promuovere sempre la cooperazione tra le regioni europee e di rappresentare gli interessi regionali, locali, a livello europeo attraverso quelle azioni di advocacy, apprendimento reciproco, scambio di buone pratiche e place-based policy innovation attraverso i progetti di finanziamento europeo. Ricordo che le regioni, in particolare la Regione Sardegna, in questo senso ha avuto nella programmazione 21-27 il raddoppio del Fondo Sociale Europeo, che è proprio il fondo che comprende e mette in pratica le politiche attive, soprattutto quelle relative alle competenze e alla formazione. A marzo, come AER, abbiamo finanziato il progetto Skillnet, che ha dato impulso e incoraggiato la creazione di reti e partenariati transnazionali e nazionali per migliorare la qualità e l'efficienza dei settori VET a livello nazionale ed europeo e aumentarne soprattutto l'impatto e l'attrattività. Il valore del partenariato è stato quello di poter sostenere in una prospettiva regionale l'innovazione nel settore in particolare dell'istruzione e della formazione professionale, ovviamente, per lo sviluppo di programmi di istruzione e formazione in grado di soddisfare e adattarsi alle mutevoli esigenze e tendenze economiche e sociali, ovvero si cerca in tutti i modi di dare grande spazio a ciò che è definito oggi benessere e progresso. In particolare quindi l'attività di apprendimento reciproco e scambio di buone pratiche attraverso un approccio multi-stakeholders che ha portato appunto alla creazione di nuovi partenariati anche rilevanti, soprattutto a livello transnazionale e intersettoriale, che comprendono le università di ricerca, in particolare i centri di ricerca, responsabili politici, rappresentanti delle imprese, associazioni della società civile e ovviamente tutto il mondo universitario che resta al centro dell'alta formazione. Un'altra attività del progetto Skillnet che portiamo avanti regolarmente è la diffusione delle opportunità e degli strumenti di finanziamento dell'Unione Europea che possono essere utilizzati anche dagli attori del settore e in questo senso più tardi ovviamente si metteranno in evidenza tutte le opportunità sul fronte delle regional skills, development ed ecosystem. Infine ancora l'advocacy è al centro del lavoro di AER e quasi certamente nei prossimi mesi sfrutteremo il lavoro di tutte le task force e in particolare appunto quella specifica che abbiamo voluto mettere in campo del lavoro, della crescita e degli investimenti, che ho anche avuto l'onore di presiedere, prendendo proprio in considerazione le raccomandazioni chiave delle position paper che adotteremo a dicembre, proprio in questo mese, per istituire invece una task force qui sul futuro del lavoro sempre più legata all'investimento dei governi sul mondo dei giovani, ma soprattutto per guidare la crescita, sostenere la transizione verso l'economia digitale appunto e verde. Ancora noi siamo ovviamente impegnati attivamente sia come AER ma anche, questo posso sostenerlo, come Regione Sardegna verso l'agenda 2030, proprio perché lo sviluppo sostenibile si realizza attraverso il potenziamento della transizione digitale verde e il massimo coinvolgimento delle città, dei villaggi. Noi sapete, la Sardegna in particolare ha tante zone chiamate interne, zone che logisticamente hanno un maggiore bisogno di coinvolgimento ed è per questo che partendo veramente da una qualificata forza lavoro competente che guarda appunto alla crescita e al benessere, crediamo appunto che queste siano le professionalità che noi vogliamo proprio mettere in campo un po' in tutti i settori, ma in particolare per questa grande sfida green e digitale che ovviamente accompagna il progresso del nostro Paese. Alcune delle regioni sono più all'avanguardia, abbiamo potuto vedere quest'estate durante la Summer Academy e abbiamo potuto visitare il modello di Remote Working Hub della regione irlandese Udras in Galecta, spero di averla letta bene, un modello che fornisce spazi di lavoro e programmi di apprendimento, qualificazione a distanza e sostegno alle piccole imprese e agli imprenditori, favorendo proprio lo sviluppo e l'espansione di una regione prevalentemente rurale nel cuore dell'Irlanda. Questo sistema di sviluppo e di progresso è quello che noi, come ho detto precedentemente, guardiamo con grande interesse perché crediamo che possa essere anche un modello che si cala perfettamente in tutto il nostro Paese, quindi in Italia, ma in particolar modo nelle isole e in particolar modo ancora di più nella nostra Sardegna. Le regioni hanno manifestato da subito queste tecniche, di apprezzare queste tecniche e queste buone pratiche e quindi ecco perché ER è davvero fortemente impegnata con tutto il proprio personale, le proprie competenze, a fare il massimo coinvolgimento appunto delle altre città e regioni d'Europa per avere un modus operandi che deve essere proprio quello comune, credendoci fortemente. Un ultimo punto che voglio menzionare, ma non di certo per ultima importanza, è quello di promuovere il lavoro dei giovani, l'istruzione dei giovani, la formazione dei giovani, l'enjoy dei giovani. Insomma, i giovani devono davvero essere al centro di tutte le politiche, in particolar modo quelle dell'istruzione e della formazione, perché solo investendo in miglioramento di competenze, modifica e integrazione delle competenze con l'upskilling, il reskilling, credo che questi siano davvero il maggior interesse dei nostri giovani per formare una società e le professionalità che entrano nel mondo del lavoro portando già un bagaglio personale di competenze che accresce appunto il progresso e il benessere di tutti noi. Ed è per questo che continuiamo ad investire col programma Eurodisei, che è attivo insomma da più di 35 anni oramai, e il programma Erasmus e il nuovo Alma. Ora ovviamente noi dobbiamo dare soprattutto un nuovo messaggio nelle politiche attive, in particolare nelle politiche che coinvolgono i nostri giovani e le donne. E perché guardiamo a loro in maniera particolare? Perché crediamo che possano essere i principali recettori dell'innovazione, ma anche perché purtroppo, per contro, i dati soprattutto del sistema Italia, ma del sistema Sardegna e delle regioni, non dimentichiamo che AER arriva davvero anche nelle regioni, proprio le ultime che sono entrate a far parte del nostro sistema europeo, dove ancora il tasso della scarsa scolarizzazione è molto elevato. Il tasso della disoccupazione giovanile è ancora anch'esso molto alto, e così quello femminile. Ecco perché noi crediamo che solamente trovando anche degli stimoli, delle politiche innovative che però arrivano davvero a catturare la passione, l'anima, la voglia, la vocazione dei nostri giovani, ma di coloro che devono approcciare il mercato del lavoro, probabilmente solo in questo modo riusciremo davvero ad avere un'Europa che non solo risponde alle politiche messe in campo, ma è davvero terra di progresso e benessere. Grazie.
Thank you so much, Alessandra. This was a very, very nice and inspiring pitch. We look forward indeed to continue these processes, to continue learning together. And it's also very nice that you mentioned Udura, because here we have a representative of the Atlantic Technological University of Ireland. So we will for sure have an opportunity also to network and exchange. So to stay in the Sardinian environment, now I would like to give the floor to Silvia Fru, working in the employment department of the Sardinia region, who will share about how the Sardinia region is now supporting the development of skills ecosystem when it comes especially to the green transition, and in particular presenting the project SECOVE, Sustainable Energy Centers of Vocational Excellence. So as soon as... As you can see, we are just trying to sort the PowerPoint, but now should be working. Perfect.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Silvia Frau from the Sardinia region, the Department of Labor and Vocational Training, which is partner of this project, SECOVE, and thank you for this opportunity to share with you the project. First of all, the project is founded by Erasmus Plus program 2021 call. First of all, let's focus on COVs. what are in this definition of European Union, the Center of Vocational Excellence are formed by networks of partners that develop local skill ecosystems to provide high-quality vocational skill to young people and adults also, to contribute to regional development, innovation, industrial cluster, specialization strategy, and social inclusion. Maybe better than words, it's useful to see this short video that is on the website, thematic website of EU, that explain what a COVI is. No, but it's important to see the imaging because it's just music, so it's useful also in this way. Is working? No? They have the video. Can you? Okay, thank you. Now, come back to the presentation. Okay. Let's see in deep what SECOVI project is. The SECOVI project aims to establish a transnational cooperation network between Center of Excellence of Vocational Training in the specific sector of sustainable and renewable energy. The project aims to create 5 different centers in one of each country which is involved in the project: Italy, Spain, Portugal, and Slovakia. Each center will be a landmark in the sector in collaboration with company and many stakeholders of the territories, so company, the research, university, and so on. Some number. So, as I said, 5 countries, partners, 22 partners from different clusters. So, research as a university, the lead partner is the University of West Attica in Greece, and many others operators such VET Institute, technical schools, and public authority. The duration is also important because 5 years of project. And also is important the funding because it's about 3,700,000 euro. Let's focus on Italian partners. We are in 4 partners. Regione Autonoma della Sardegna, University of Roma La Sapienza, Rielco Impianti, which is a company in energy field, CHOSF SFP, which is a VT operator. We have also 3 associated partners, which are the High Technical Institution of Sardinia, which operate in the field in line with the project, so sustainable and renewable energy. What we want to achieve with this project? The main objectives are to promote innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurial mindset, to support work-based learning in national transitional level, in particular or women, to attract more women and of all ages and from all backgrounds in technical occupation, to promote quality culture and European and international quality standards in VET, and also to ensure the sustainability of Secovi platform. We want to foster and spread this platform not only in the 5 countries involved in the project, but also to capitalization. We want to capitalize this result. Let's see the area of action. So it's a very well-structured project with a different work package. It's like impossible to resume here to sum up all the activity, but I try to give you some suggestion about what we want to do. So the first, Center of Vocational Excellence in renewable energy. We want also to create a new learning material. So this new learning material is about methodologies, but also about the content that have to be more linked to the company's needs. And we want also to create a network between VET and industry, because it's the only solution that we have to find a job, to find job opportunity, to see the needs of the market. Other area of action, the creation of innovation hubs. This is it is very important because we want to foster the research in the sector in order to create learning material that are innovative, and also to create an observatory for gender equality. We have also this deliverable. I want just to stress one of them, which is a policy recommendation that we want to draft and to spread to policymakers at regional, national, and EU level. Some numbers again, because I want to stress the activity that we want to achieve. We have 28 local and transnational workshops. We want to organize a mobility section benefiting 55 vet students, 9 summer schools, 5 capacity building events, and 3 transnational conferences. Let's focus on the Sardinia region role. Sardinia region role, Sardinia is engaged in all the different activities, but we want to stress this. So set up governance and founding for Secove platform, so establishing network of stakeholders at local level, and we are going to do this by mapping stakeholders and involve all the relevant stakeholders on local workshops, establish a roadmap for the establishment of a platform of Secove in sustainable energy, making Secove inclusive, encouraging women in technical profession. This is very important for the project, by establishing Secove Observatory of Inclusiveness and Attractiveness of VET Practices, organize pilot workshop with student, teacher, institution, organize also awareness raising campaign issuing and mainstreaming recommendation to EU national and regional policymakers. And of course, the region will participate at the implementation of a cross-cutting activity like management, communication, and quality and assurance evaluation. So thank you for your attention, and this is the website of the project, so if you want to follow us, please do that. Thank you.
I'm not a huge fan of microphones, as you can see, but thank you so much, Silvia. This was a very enlightening presentation. We really look forward also to follow this project and to know more in the discussion part. To remember also the participants, if you have any question, we will address them just as soon as we finish with the presentation. I give now the floor to Dr. Sean Duffy, who's the Vice President of the Atlantic Technological University in the integration, in Ireland, who will present the work of the ATU, so this university, and how they work with the region and the national level to create the skills ecosystem, for skills development. So we are again going through the PowerPoint. Yeah, no, but I think it's working. No, okay, so I will just maybe take the chance of this little break to address one question to Silvia. So, yes, it was very interesting to learn about this project. I was also quite impressed by its how wide it is, because we are talking about 22 partners, 5 years. So it's really talking about a systemic change, no, in the region, I think. So yes, in this regard, I will start with a more simple question, maybe. So to know more how what has been identified, like how did you make the assessment for the development of the plan for your region? No, because indeed we are talking about a wide project. So how did you identify the priorities or the stakeholders that were more important to involve in this project, and what you consider especially important throughout these 5 years?
Thank you for the question. I think that the answer can be the communication. We want to create a network of stakeholders, and it is very important to communicate the objective of the project, because we share common challenges. So we need a common solution. It's not a slogan, it's a reality. So the communication to involve a big number of stakeholders, relevant or not so relevant, because we don't know. We have to communicate, and we have to involve all kinds of stakeholders. And we have to create a big community. Only in this way, including all the clusters, company, industry, policymakers, and research, only in this way we can do something that is structural, because we want that this project, the results can be also after the end of the project. So we hope to do that.
Is it going, the presentation?
I think it's ready here, yes? Yes.
Okay, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and it's great to be here. And hopefully we can add to the conversation today in relation to what's been happening, particularly in Ireland, and our link to the project here and the work that we're doing in relation to skills development. So I'm Sean Duffy, I'm representing the Atlantic Technological University on the west and northwest coast of Ireland, and we're a very new university. We were established actually on the 1st of April this year, so we're not even a year old, and we're a new part of a university, a change in the organisation and the higher education structure in Ireland, where 5 new universities have been formed over the last 3 years, bringing together former colleges of technology to represent a new change in education. And similar to some of the conversations that have been had earlier today, particularly with Professor Marsh from Lincoln University, we're talking about a new university, a university that is working with the traditional universities, but we have a different perspective on how we do things. So I'll just try and lead you through those and give you some examples of the kind of work we're doing, and I'll introduce the university to you. So what I would just like to look at is the role of technology and the role of skills in the development of it. So as I said, we're a new university. We were formed on the 1st of April of this year, just with the development and integration of 3 new colleges which have come together. So when we're talking about it, you see there on the map, we have 8 campuses, soon to be 9 campuses spread from the Midwest area in Ireland right up to the North Coast. So what's unique about us is that we're obviously shadowing the Atlantic coast, hence the name Atlantic Technological University, but all of our constituent colleges have at least 50 years history of education within the region themselves. And you'll also know, those of you who are familiar with the geography of Ireland, is that the northwestern section, while we're still in the Republic of Ireland, we're working very closely with our colleagues in Northern Ireland, obviously. So there's a lot of cross-border cooperation that's going on there as well, which is really, really important for the work that we're doing. So our size, we have 1 region, which is really, really important to us. We have 8 research centres. We have 8, soon to be 9 campuses. Our colleagues in another college will be joining us soon. And then we have over 2,200 staff. We have about 22,000 students. We have 5,000 students who graduate on an annual basis from us, and we have over 600 programs. Now, when I talk about programs, and what's different about us is that we offer training programs and education programs from apprenticeship up to doctoral studies. So we offer the range of programs all across that range, from apprenticeship right up to doctoral studies, which is really important for what we do there. So our main areas, we're a technological university. Our main areas are around engineering and design, business, humanities, social science and tourism, and then science. So we're roughly a third. We haven't a strong concentration at the moment in humanities, but all the humanities that we do have are focused in the areas of creative and cultural industries, linked to the earlier talks in relation to craft, and they're there to support the elements of technology within our other faculties as well. So our students, where do they come from, or who we have when we're looking at responding to regional needs and training? About 63% of our students are full-time, the traditional students who come to us 5 days a week, etc. We have 26%, or just over a quarter of our students come to us online, and then 11% are part-time, and 86% are undergraduate, and postgraduate are 14%, and that's increasing steadily every year, so the profile is changing. So when we're looking then at our international participation, we have students, we've over 1,400 students from 93 countries joining us. 44% of those, which is interesting, join us online. Even though they're international students, they don't actually come to Ireland for their education. A significant number are part-time, and then a quarter of them are full-time education. So you see the profile of what's been happening within them. Sorry. So we have research strengths, and when we link our research strengths are based on our region, and this is really important for us in relation to how we work closely with all of our stakeholders. So we're looking at environmental and resource sustainability, digital transformation and emerging technologies, design, innovation and creativity, life sciences, health and well-being, energy transition, decarbonisation and advanced manufacturing. And you'll see an awful lot of these themes are echoing the themes of what people have been discussing earlier in the presentations this morning. So we have additional research strengths there. I think it's not moving, is it? Just 1 second. Yeah. So one of the most important points is, and particularly when I showed you the map of Ireland, Ireland is on the periphery of Europe. And it's important that when we're talking, particularly when we're talking here about the Assembly of European Regions, and we're talking about peripherality, but the significant contribution further in higher education make to the economy. So as ATU, Atlantic Technological University, we contribute more than 700 million per annum to Ireland's gross value added. But what that actually means is that for every euro, €1 that's spent by ourselves in the university, we have measured and can safely say that there's about €4 being contributed to the economy. So it's a significant development. And then we're talking about us directly and indirectly sustaining more than 3,000 jobs. So in relation to how do we do it, what do we do in terms of enterprise engagement, and particularly skills engagement within the university itself? So you'll see there's various sectors that are here. Sorry, we've just gone a little bit ahead of ourselves. Let's go back. You'll see there's various elements that we engage with, how we engage across the university, and you'll see them across the board there in relation to how we work with enterprise, how we work with developing skills networks, how we work with the local regional networks, how we work with local government, etc. And it's all part of the overall enterprise engagement within the university itself. The other elements just to take a look at is that we have a number of enterprise, sorry, this is going on life of its own. We have enterprise development and support centres based across all of our campuses. So we have business incubation centres, and these offer space, particularly physical space, mentoring and access to talent, and then access to our research and development capacity within the university. We're particularly strong in entrepreneurial programs, and we're part of the New Frontiers, which is a business startup program that's run on a national basis. We have a specific Empower program for women entrepreneurs, and also we have campus programs for students. And because these facilities are on our campus, there's a huge level of interaction between our students and our campus companies. And then we have strong external partnerships in terms of external and regional development. So these types of partnerships, and again, there's quite a lot of detail on these slides, but I'll just go through them in quite quickly. What you're seeing here is that there's a number of technological gateways in the country based around the whole elements of Ireland itself. And we're responsible for 3 of those significant developments in terms of gateway technology and working with national organisations to promote those. And we work with Enterprise Ireland, which is part of that. Another element that we work with is we work with regional technology clusters. So, for example, there's a blue economy cluster based at Ireland's largest fishing port in Killybegs, and we have one of our campuses there on the northwest. We have a regional manufacturing element that we're working with. We also have a wood connect cluster based on the west coast of Ireland, and we have the National Centre for the Development of Furniture Technology based in Letterfrack in County Galway. And then we're also working with the Digital Health Industries Centre also in the west of Ireland as well. Another element, obviously, we're based along the Atlantic coast. We have significant work going on with the Irish Fisheries Board and in relation to marine biotechnology and working on the Marine Innovation Development Centre in Galway and also developing that within Killybegs itself. We also work with the food and beverage sector. Again, sorry. We're working with the food and beverage sector. Particularly, we're looking at transforming infrastructural structures to enable food entrepreneurs in the west of Ireland, and we work with a number of public and private companies within that, and that's particularly linked back to what we call our iHubs, or our business innovation centres that we have based on our campuses. Another element that we're linked with is the creative enterprises, and what we're really looking at there is we're working with regional and national television stations. We're working to promote the Irish language within the region, and we're also working to promote careers and crafts and the whole area of cultural creativity within the west of Ireland. And we're doing that with the Western Development Commission and other agencies that we work with and would be of particular interest. Now, not only is the work that we're doing with very local, small micro enterprises, we're obviously working with very large multinational enterprises, and particularly you'll see the names that are here, they're very familiar with you, I'm sure, but we work with those companies as well. So our purpose within the university is to work with those at a micro and at an international level. So just very briefly, just showing about who we are. I'm just going to flick through some of the next slide here. We're basically a university that's based along the west coast of Ireland. We have a number of campuses across our region. We're in very, very scenic, very beautiful areas. A lot of it is quite rural within our hinterland. And also what you're seeing then is that we have quite a number of urban areas as well. But it's predominantly a rural population. So what's significant for us is that we're providing education within that region, and we're providing education that traditionally would only have been accessed on the east coast of Ireland. And so we're reducing those elements there. So I'm just going to conclude in a moment now, and I'd like to just show you a short video which encompasses what we do, what we're about, and just give an indication, and we're open to questions afterwards. But thank you very much.
Can we maybe have some help to play the video?
Usually it works within that, yeah.
Yes, maybe while someone help us, Anna. Your microphone.
Okay, yes, thank you. Yes, perhaps while we wait for the video to be sorted, yes. Sean, thank you for the presentation. Perhaps, I mean, keep your question. Now we are opening the floor for all your questions. I have just one question for you, being as you work as Vice President for Integration in all your campuses, and you have quite a few in all sectors that are active in, important for the local level. Which one do you think is the most difficult, let's say, or the one that would most benefit for more stakeholder engagement? So the sector that it's a bit more closed, because you mentioned you work with different stakeholders, but which one is the sector? And if I may also, like, you mentioned the local level and how important it is, and also for the ATU, I would like to ask how much is internationalization important, and how it would, how does it benefit your campus? Thank you.
There's a lot of questions there, thank you. I suppose my job is to look at the integration of the university structure itself, but what's really important is that we're comprised of 3 main colleges who have over 50 years experience of working with industry, and it's really important that we don't lose that we bring that ahead, and then we apply the benefits of being a university on top of that as well. So the 3, I suppose, key areas for us in terms of large industry engagement would be around financial technologies, about pharmaceuticals, and also elements in relation to marine biology would be supporting those. However, what we're very conscious of is the fact that the majority of the organizations within our region, about 95%, are small and medium enterprises, and many of those are actually micro enterprises. So what we're very conscious of is working with them, and we're finding the key area that's developing in those areas are digitally supported creative industries. So there are some of the key elements that would provide people the opportunity through technology of living where they work, and particularly living in the beautiful part of Ireland, as opposed to having to do a major commute or that. So they're the key areas we're working on.
Thank you. Can we play the video now? Is it possible? No? Okay. We'll sort it out. In the meantime, I think I can be in the room with the roaming microphone, and we can have more questions.
Yes, if you have any question, you can, well, amazing. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Hanne Shapiro from Denmark. I'm very curious because I think this way you have managed to connect innovation, entrepreneurial activity with your education activity is important, but also because not everybody is going to be employed, but self-employed and so forth. But how does that work out for your online students? Have you managed to create the same time of space for those as for the physical campus students? So they can also engage in the entrepreneurial settings, etc.?
Yes, we have, but in a totally different way, because the majority of our online students are students who are already in employment. So they have, they're either developing their own entrepreneurial skills themselves, or they're working within an organization that's supporting them. So what we find is that they're providing a very rich background, and they're providing challenges to us. So when they come then, and then we're providing education and training to them, we're very conscious they're already working, they're in industry, they don't need to be prepared for industry, they need to be prepared for career development. So we're finding that is important, and we're also finding then that with some of our programs, we've moved through a model with some of the master's programs that we require them to attend on campus for 3 times during the course of the program. We find that very helpful for the students themselves, but also for them to be part of the university community and see who we have there as well.
Thank you. We take another question. Maybe if you can also say to who you address it, and thank you, and your name.
So, thank you. This is MD Namul Haq. I'm from Bangladesh. So thank you for your nice presentations. I'm asking you about the online students. So online student means the full online, no hybrid system. That means they no need to go Ireland, or they can get the degree from online only. Is it how it?
Yeah, we have a combination. The majority would be online only, but some of the programs we have a combination where some of the programs or elements are taught online, and then we would have maybe 3 residential workshops per year. Some of the shorter programs, the certificate programs, would be totally online, and some of the master's programs then would have a combination.
Thank you. And I think we are close to the end. Unfortunately, are a bit late, but maybe we can give a few, sorry, yes, one last question and a few final remarks. Maybe also say, both of you, like what resonated from the other presentation, if it's relevant for you to bring this exchange further. Birgit. Yes, no, thank you so much to all of you. It was, again, really inspiring. I can see also a big change. So when we started personally to work on skills, we were talking a lot about valorization of the VAT sector. I think now the presentations also speaks for themselves. So it's not only about valorization. One comment that I heard very often was challenge, and the reply was the training and the courses, so the new methodology you're employing. And it gives a very big, big idea from we are not just talking about adapting to the changes, but also like driving the changes as well, working to support these, and that's very interesting. Yes, my last question would just, because we were also supposed to have more time and to talk about possible partnerships, and we will for sure in the networking tables, but here we have a lot of representatives from different organizations working in the field, and yes, I just wanted to ask our panelists, on one hand, what is the added value of a European partnership? So in the case, yes, of Silvia, because we saw 22 partners, what is the added value? And to Sean, what would you seek, for example, in a partnership with other European institutions, and what would be your priority in that case, for example?
Okay, thank you for the question. The added value of a partnership, European partnership, is to create this famous skill ecosystem. So we have to share, like we do today, our experiences, and to create more partnership to copy what is the best practice of one country in another, and share this network of experiences. I think this could be the add value of the project and of also this experience. More meeting like today.
Thank you. If I may, what I think the main value is the element of engagement and collaboration. But also, I suppose, we need to take a step back many times, because we're involved in education and training, and we're used to testing. and we're used to testing and evaluating and examining our students, but we really need to look in the mirror and we need to test and evaluate ourselves. And the key test for me is to see, are we relevant? Because if we're not relevant, we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing, or we're not preparing for the future. So what's been very reassuring was talking to colleagues here, listening to people in the room this morning, and all the time I'm testing myself and asking, are we relevant? And I'm hearing a lot of common themes, and it looks, hopefully, it can be linked back to the type of work that we're doing. And I think there's huge benefit from engaging with one another, because we're not just looking at ourselves, we're looking at one another, we're seeing what one another is doing, and there's always best practice, and there's always maybe a slightly better way to do it, or a slightly better way to think about something, and we need to challenge ourselves in that. And the big thing for me is to test ourselves.
No, Alessandra, se vuoi dire due parole in italiano di quello che ti è rimasto.
Ma credo che sia la strada giusta, nel senso che favorire gli scambi, la conoscenza anche fisicamente, quindi con gli incontri come le giornate di oggi, ma anche come il modo che ha anche AER di approcciare alle politiche, credo che sia assolutamente utile. In questo senso credo che è anche importante l'attività che per esempio la nostra Assemblea delle Regioni fa direttamente nei confronti della Commissione europea piuttosto che dei membri del Parlamento, perché alla fine poi la normativa e comunque gli indirizzi, i regolamenti devono comunque avere anche una parte di stakeholders che comunque quotidianamente operano nel settore, che sia appunto lavoro, formazione, istruzione, innovazione. Quindi questa credo che sia una dei valori aggiunti, quello di potersi confrontare anche direttamente con chi poi ha le leve sostanzialmente per agire sulle politiche di sviluppo.
Perfetto, mi sembra la chiusura perfetta, direi. E niente, lasciamo con un breve video di quello che era un po'. Sorry, back to English. This was the perfect closure, I think, with specifying also the importance of this European dimension and continuous engagement with the institutions. And we launched this video, and there are a few messages also from previous CIF. So this shows that we work in continuation. And thank you very much, and I hope to catch you around later for more discussions.
So we need to re-engineer the TDET for a big change.
We covered a great variety of topics which reflected the priorities that our regional and local authorities identified in relation. The region are in fact major stakeholder when it comes to vocational education and training, and they are in contact, direct contact with educational institutions, business environment, and most notably the citizens.
First, you need to understand your regional institutional context. So trying to think, bringing like critical stakeholders together, trying to think what will be the skills of tomorrow. What do we need to prepare and assess the skill set that we will need in 10, 15 years and prepare for it,
Setting goals and finding a way and persevering, we managed to create a regional ecosystem that is built now on trust.
The skateboard is the innovation, because innovation helps us to speed up the whole process. So I think a lot in an innovation ecosystem is about upskilling people with existing skills. Most regions have vocational training schools. This is maybe the easiest to impact. So try to see whether you have any educational tools in your own hands as a region that you can change faster, and then work with the business sector.
Reskilling and retraining is a cross-cutting issue.
transversal to many of our areas of work, and especially it must be the heart of our climate action.
We have to look at the job-specific skills that are related to environmental sustainability, but we have also to include the new attitude, new behavior that will affect us as citizens, and the workers are also citizens. System will need to develop tools and resources, including tools such as youth guarantee, individual learning account. Digital technology will be able to support personalized, adaptive, and flexible learning processes and pathways.
And we see that we are all identifying a more hands-on approach to skills development as one of the key planks for future policies.
We have now come up with a global COVES model. So in case you don't know COVES, they are the Centers of Vocational Excellence. What we have done with this model that we are proposing is to look at international networking and collaboration, and the work that needs to be done going forward include accessibility and inclusivity, because not everybody has the same ability and opportunity.
The centers are crucial because they are incubators of innovation, and they bring together the economic and social community on the territory, on the region, with a strong drive towards excellence.
The main idea is that, isolated, we can do a lot in the vet sector, but if we just concentrate on the vet sector and are incapable of establishing partnerships with everything on a territorial level that is related to skills development, I mean, that vet in itself, you can make vet, increase the quality, do everything, have the best teachers in the world, but if we are working in isolation, if we are not associated with what are strategic development objectives, with what is the social reality in the area where vet is providing skills, that we will be missing the big picture. So
we need to put into our recipe all the components. And this is the holistic approach that allows us to consider all the players, all the situations, all the views.
O siamo in grado di fare il sistema, o altrimenti saremo in difficoltà e non daremo una risposta ai nostri ragazzi e alle nostre ragazze.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our colleagues from Brussels, from European Assembly of European Regions. Thank you very much to the speakers, to the eminent speakers, and thank you for bringing, taking on the light on the need on European collaboration and integration among COVES, Centers of Vocational Excellence. So now I have to finally give some information, practical information before to go to the lunch. We have here, close to this room, we have the visitors centers of Project Monte Prama that is available for visiting, and it's a very important archaeological site of the Sardinia region, and you have possible VR experience and information panels is in the other room. So another information is that for the ones that have not yet reserved for the social dinner, please go to the desk and take your seat, otherwise it will be not possible to host you. So thank you very much for the contribution. Big applause to the panelists. Now we are going to the lunch, and then we will be back as expected. Thank you very much.
This song is about the working class hero, John Henry. John Henry was a little baby boy, sitting on his daddy's knee. Well, he picked up his hammer and a little bit so still. He said, the hammer's gonna be the death of me. Hammer's gonna be the death of me. like a man.
Se ti metti qua devo cercare mi cavi